Chapter 240. Although the days seemed relaxed and comfortable, Xiao Yu didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Every time he was with Madame Lu, his nerves would be tense. Although he wasn't afraid that she would suddenly attack him, he was afraid that she would try to seduce him again. Madame Lu wasn't only skilled in the art of seduction, she also had a good understanding of other devil arts. In order to show her knowledgeable side to her disciple, she explained the devil arts very thoroughly and carefully, allowing Xiao Yu to have a deeper understanding of devil arts. Xiao Yu also pretended to be a diligent learner. Whenever there was something he didn't understand, he would always sincerely ask for advice. When it came to other devil arts, Xiao Yu only pretended to cultivate and comprehend them. However, Xiao Yu was very interested in a certain devil art and often asked Madame Lu questions. This curse technique was also taught to him by the woman surnamed Lu. The method was engraved in the jade slip. The woman surnamed Lu seemed to be very proficient in this kind of technique. No matter what Xiao Yu couldn't understand, she could easily solve it. Devil arts were actually very similar to restriction techniques and formations. They were all auxiliary techniques, but they could play a very powerful role. If one could achieve a high level of attainment in this field, it could also double the strength of a cultivator. In fact, I'm most proficient in devil arts. If you're interested in this, it's your destiny to worship me as your disciple, Madame Lu proudly said. From her expression, it was clear that she wasn't bragging. In the jade slip engraved with devil arts that Madame Lu gave Xiao Yu, there were strange patterns that were very similar to the records of the powerful devil arts that Xiao Yu obtained in the Giant Peak. This was the reason why Xiao Yu was interested in devil arts. After Madame Lu's detailed instructions, Xiao Yu could almost conclude that the devil arts in his memories were a kind of devil art. However, in terms of grade, it was certainly much higher than the one that Madame Lu taught him. The devil arts that Madame Lu taught him could only be regarded as the basics of devil arts. However, it would be of great help to Xiao Yu in comprehending and combining the powerful devil arts. In the entire Eastern Pole demonic sect, apart from one person, I have the deepest understanding of demonic spells. Everyone else thinks that demonic spells are of little value. That's because this kind of spell doesn't have much power if it's not cultivated to a high level. Instead of wasting time and energy on demonic spells, it's better to comprehend demonic seals and demonic arrays. In fact, the foundation of the magic curse technique is very profound and difficult to understand. The middle and high-level magic curse technique is even more difficult to understand. If you want to have a high level of attainment in magic curse technique, you not only need a high level of perception and perseverance, but you also need a great opportunity to obtain a relatively high-level magic curse technique. The woman surnamed Lu spoke slowly. Her voice was less licentious and more solemn. My perception and perseverance are average. The reason why I understand more than other people in the devil sect is because I didn't understand it at first. I was very curious about it, so I wasted a lot of time studying it. Later, I was fortunate enough to obtain an intermediate devil art. However, I haven't achieved much in it. If you hadn't come to ask me recently, I would have almost forgotten about this devil art. Madame Lu said with a bit of a bitter smile. Xiao Yu's soul realm was much higher than Madame Lu's. His comprehension ability and speed were countless times faster than Madame Lu's when she first started studying devil arts. Coupled with Madame Lu's guidance, he quickly understood the basics of devil arts. He could already easily form some basic devil arts, which made Madame Lu very surprised. However, although Madame Lu had an intermediate devil art, she didn't teach it to Xiao Yu. Whenever Xiao Yu asked, she would say, "I suggest you don't waste too much time on devil arts. If you don't have a high-level devil art, then all your efforts will be in vain." Then she would change the topic. If she didn't talk about other devil arts that Xiao Yu didn't care about, then she would talk about some interesting things in the Easter Devil sect, which made Xiao Yu very depressed. If it wasn't for the fact that he still hadn't figured out who this Madame Lu's backer was, Xiao Yu would have already attacked her and searched her soul memories. Based on his understanding of entry-level spells, Xiao Yu was able to piece together most of the dozens of high-level spells. However, there were many places where he still needed to have some understanding of intermediate level spells in order to be able to arrange them properly. If Madame Lu didn't have an intermediate devil art, then Xiao Lingyu wouldn't have thought too much about it. However, she said she had one and refused to teach it to Xiao Lingyu. This made Xiao Lingyu's thoughts turn. However, Xiao Lingyu wasn't in a hurry. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Even if he couldn't get it from Madame Lu, he could get it from other places. At worst, he could go to a big city and buy it with magic stones. Madame Lu originally wanted to use the devil arts to make Xiao Lingyu anxious for a few days and make Xiao Lingyu beg her. However, she didn't expect that after a few days, not only did Xiao Lingyu not beg her, but he also didn't mention the devil arts again. This made her a bit disappointed. Is this brat playing tricks on me? Or did he really lose confidence because of what I said? Madame Lu was a bit suspicious. She began to talk about devil arts again and again. Occasionally, she would talk about the cultivation of intermediate devil arts. Unfortunately, Xiao Lingyu, who had already learned the basics, didn't care about her scattered pointers. When he listened, he was no longer as attentive as before. In order to determine whether Xiao Lingyu had completely lost his confidence and interest in the devil arts, Madame Lu talked more and more about intermediate devil arts. On the surface, Xiao Lingyu still had an indifferent expression. However, in his heart, he remembered everything in detail. Madame Lu was a shrewd person. Naturally, she wouldn't teach the genuine intermediate devil arts. When she saw Xiao Lingyu's lack of interest, she made a lot of changes to the intermediate devil arts she talked about. Xiao Lingyu didn't know that Madame Lu would change the intermediate devil arts she knew. When he went back to practice, he didn't find anything abnormal and quietly practiced. In this way, 2 years passed. Madame Lu seemed to have lost her patience. One day, she called Xiao Lingyu to her residence and used a seduction technique. Unfortunately, although Xiao Lingyu had been with Madame Lu for a while and they were familiar with each other, Xiao Lingyu wouldn't get on her bed no matter how unbearable it was. This caused her plan to fail. She spent so much time trying to make Xiao Lingyu bolder, but it didn't seem to have any effect. On the surface, Xiao Lingyu still looked as restrained as when he first arrived, unable to let loose. As a result, not only was Xiao Lingyu unbearable, but Madame Lu also had nowhere to vent her anger. Madame Lu rarely tasted the feeling of defeat. This time, she wouldn't easily give up. Moreover, her desire to conquer Xiao Lingyu grew even stronger. The more difficult it was to obtain something, the more attractive it was. This was also applicable to cultivators in the devil realm. This brat's willpower is too strong. It's a bit too strong. Could it be that there's something wrong with him? My seduction technique has a strong effect on devil cultivators in the early stage of the true devil realm, but it can only slightly cause his aura to become chaotic. Could it be that he has a high-level soul defense magic treasure? No, I have to think of another method. What method should I use? That's right, I'll use a devil art. With the addition of my seduction technique, if he doesn't fall for it, then there must be a problem. After thinking for a while, Madame Lu called Xiao Lingyu to her bedside. Using the same excuse of her body being sore, she had Xiao Lingyu massage her shoulders and back. Xiao Lingyu, as usual, saw what she should see and pretended that her aura was chaotic. However, she didn't take the next step. She still had the mentality of watching a play and kept her mind clear. Perhaps because she had been baptized by this seduction technique too many times, Xiao Lingyu could now almost ignore Madame Lu's seduction technique. Although she was still nervous on the surface, her body and mind were incomparably relaxed. Originally, Xiao Lingyu thought that today would be the same as usual. Both sides would have a belly full of anger and then separate. But today, Madame Lu seemed to be in a better mood. Her moans surged through the entire room like a torrent. She didn't tell Xiao Lingyu to stop. Instead, she stroked her own body with her own hands. Xiao Lingyu remained unmoved. He inwardly thought that Madame Lu was at her wit's end. After a full 4 hours, Madame Lu, who was facing Xiao Lingyu, unknowingly changed the moans from her mouth into a very obscure devil art. Fortunately, Xiao Lingyu had practiced devil arts before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hear the devil art in her moans. But after a long time, Xiao Yu had become accustomed to Madame Lu's moans. By the time he heard the devil art, it was already too late. The woman surnamed Lu's mastery of devil incantation was far superior to Xiao Yu's, who had just entered the devil incantation. After she finished reciting the devil incantation, she suddenly straightened her naked body and uttered a word of devil incantation from her mouth. It actually shook the golden soul bead inside Xiao Yu's primal chaos devil incantation. Before Xiao Yu could recover, the devil art and Madame Lu's seduction technique surged into Xiao Yu's sea of knowledge like a raging tide. Xiao Yu's concealment of his sea of knowledge became nothing more than a decoration. Madame Lu could see through his empty sea of knowledge at a glance. There's no soul in his sea of knowledge. Madame Lu was very surprised. But soon after, the devil art helped her find her dantian. The devil art and seduction technique surged into the chaos demon nascent soul's forehead. Due to being absent-minded, the chaos demon nascent soul and Xiao Yu didn't have time to defend themselves. The devil art and seduction technique worked on Xiao Yu's golden soul bead, causing Xiao Yu to feel the world in front of him spinning. Strange colors began to form in the depths of his consciousness, causing him to blush. This is bad. Chapter 241. After all, Xiao Yu was in the early stage of the true devil realm, which was one level higher than the late stage of the Devil King realm. Even if the woman used her bewitching curse and bewitching technique to invade Xiao Yu's soul and confuse Xiao Yu's consciousness, it wasn't an easy task. When Xiao Yu's soul and consciousness fell to a certain extent, he, who had a strong sense of self-preservation, still held on to the last trace of clarity. No matter how much force the woman used, she couldn't make Xiao Yu completely fall into a daze. As long as Xiao Yu still had a trace of rationality, the woman wouldn't be able to do as she wished. However, she had been consuming a lot of energy to maintain this technique. If Xiao Yu persisted, her efforts would be in vain. No, if this continues, I'm afraid I'll be exhausted before he's subdued by me. Madame Lu's heart was anxious. She looked at Xiao Yu, whose eyes were blurred but had a trace of clarity. She resolutely pushed Xiao Yu, who had lost control of his body, onto the bed. Xiao Yu could only keep his consciousness from falling into a daze, but he couldn't control his body. He stared blankly at the woman whose clothes had already left her body and thought, could it be that I'm going to be defiled by this woman? Under Xiao Yu's gaze, the woman began to undress Xiao Yu. He was wearing very little to begin with, and the woman was very anxious, so he was completely naked in a few moments. What made Xiao Yu even more depressed was that his lower body was already erect due to the stimulation from earlier. He had no choice but to cooperate with the woman. The more critical the moment was, the more the woman didn't relax her bewitching curse and bewitching technique. Xiao Yu still couldn't find an opportunity to break free. The woman smiled charmingly and twisted her body, moving her buttocks to Xiao Yu's crotch. Then, one of her white hands touched Xiao Yu's lower body. After aiming a bit, Madame Lu's body began to sink. Before he even sank in, Xiao Yu could already feel drops of sticky liquid dripping onto his little brother. Even though his consciousness was hazy, he still felt very uncomfortable. In order not to be tainted, Xiao Yu's consciousness struggled with all its might. The chaos demonic infant was also trying to repel the other party's curse and seduction technique. What Xiao Yu didn't expect was that her power and consciousness didn't have much of an effect. However, the soul restriction that the old steward of the Imperial Beast Hall had placed on her had actually exploded at this moment. The originally hidden soul restriction surged out from Xiao Yu's soul and imprisoned Lu's bewitching technique and demonic curse in an instant. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yu completely regained control of his cultivation and soul power. His advantage in terms of cultivation level allowed him to sweep away the power of the charm and curse like a hot knife through butter. Damn it, how could I forget about this? Lu cursed inwardly. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and her naked body weakly fell down. Xiaoling Yu hadn't been raped. After regaining his freedom, he moved to the side with lingering fear and put on his clothes. At this moment, Xiaoling Yu recalled the situation from a moment ago and suddenly recalled that the disciples of the East Pole Devil sect couldn't invade each other's souls. This was because there was a restriction in the depths of everyone's soul. Once someone's soul power touched the soul of a fellow disciple, they would suffer a backlash from the restriction. Every time Fang Yu wanted to scheme against a fellow disciple, he would first imprison them and then find a way to expel them from the sect. Only after that would he dare to act because of this scruple. When the East Pole Devil sect planted a restriction in their disciples' souls, how could they not have thought of protecting their disciples? And today, Xiaoling Yu was the beneficiary of this soul restriction. Who the hell are you? How can your soul realm be so high? Lu, surnamed, was now completely certain that this cultivator who had just ascended had a much higher realm than her. How could she not be surprised and suspicious? Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you shouldn't have provoked me. Xiaoling Yu's face was still calm even after his true cultivation was seen through. However, his voice was a bit gloomy because he had almost been schemed against. Oomph. You're only an early-stage, true devil and have a soul restriction planted in you. Do you think you can act wantonly in the East Pole Devil sect? Although Lu's tone was unyielding, her expression was a bit panicked. Do you think you can represent the East Pole Devil sect? Xiaoling Yu asked with a sneer. Of course I can. Lu, surnamed, said very confidently. Even if you can represent the East Pole Devil sect, as long as I kill you now, how will the East Pole Devil sect know that it was me who did it? How will they find trouble with me? Xiaoling Yu said indifferently. There are a lot of people in the East Pole Devil sect who know about this. Only you and I are here. If something happens to me, they can easily guess that this matter is related to you. At that time, a mid-late true demon expert will be able to see through you. The woman surnamed Lu seemed to have recovered and said while tidying up her clothes. At this time, Lu, surnamed, was very angry after recovering from her shock. She understood that the other party had been looking at her as a joke. Everything she did before was just child's play in front of the other party. She originally wanted to play this brat to death, but she never thought that this brat was just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. No wonder the situation turned around in the end. She couldn't help but hate Fang Yu. This is indeed troublesome. Xiaoling Yu nodded. He then touched his chin and said, I don't have to kill you, but I can also plant a restriction in your soul and take your life at any time. Hee, your thinking is too simple. My soul already has a restriction planted by the devil sect. If you place one more, the two restrictions will conflict and the one you planted will be erased. If your restriction is stronger than the devil's sect's, then my soul will dissipate. Lu, surnamed, said with a smile. Oh, Xiaoling Yu obviously didn't believe it easily. He immediately surged his power and directly imprisoned Lu, surnamed. Then, Xiaoling Yu stretched out his finger and pointed at the other party's glabella. After a long while, Xiaoling Yu helplessly retracted his finger. As Lu, surnamed, said, Xiaoling Yu couldn't plant any restriction in her soul. His level of restriction was far inferior to the East Pole Devil sect's soul restriction. Since he couldn't plant a soul restriction, Xiaoling Yu couldn't control Lu, surnamed. His only choice was to kill her here. But if he killed her, Xiaoling Yu wouldn't be able to explain it to the East Pole Devil sect's experts. Moreover, once the East Pole Devil sect's late-stage true demon experts came, it was very likely that they would be able to see his true cultivation. Since I can't plant a restriction, then I can only kill you. With my cultivation, I don't think the sect will care about me killing a late-stage Devil King disciple. Xiaoling Yu pondered for a while and seemed to have made up his mind. You're looking down on me too much. If you kill other late-stage Devil King disciples, maybe the sect won't pursue it because of your strength. But if you kill me, then you'll be killed by the sect's experts. Even if the sect master pleads for you, it'll be useless, Lu, surnamed, said with a smile. So, the sect's spirit demon should be your backer, Xiaoling Yu said with narrowed eyes. It's not too late for you to know, Lu, surnamed, said with full confidence. Although I'm not a spirit demon's opponent, if I'm forced, I can only take the risk and kill you first. As for what will happen in the future, I don't care, Shaolin Yu said casually. How about this? You didn't mean to provoke me, and I was the one who provoked you. State your conditions. If I can give you a satisfactory answer, then we won't interfere in each other's business in the future. How about it? Lu surnamed suggested sincerely. How can I trust that you won't talk nonsense in the future? Shaolin Yu asked noncommittally. I can swear on my soul. Will you believe me then? Lu surnamed said with great sincerity. That's fine. In any case, I didn't suffer any losses and don't want to cause any big trouble. If you're willing to swear on your soul, then that's naturally the best. As for the conditions, I won't ask for much. You just have to teach me the intermediate curse technique, Shaolin Yu said with a nod, pretending to weigh the pros and cons. This was indeed the case. If the woman surnamed Lu was willing to swear, then it was naturally the result that Shaolin Yu wanted to see. After all, she was backed by a spirit demon expert, an existence that Shaolin Yu currently couldn't face. I accept your conditions. Lu surnamed made the oath and handed a jade slip to Shaolin Yu. Shaolin Yu took the jade slip and carefully scanned it before putting it away with satisfaction. He said, since we won't interfere in each other's business in the future, then I'll have to trouble you to send me back to the Imperial Beast Hall. That's not a problem. You should know that I can't wait for you to leave, Lu surnamed replied. Half a month later, Shaolin Yu was brought back to the Imperial Beast Hall by Lu surnamed. However, she didn't bring Fang Yu back. Although Fang Yu didn't know why, he didn't ask. What he was most curious about was how Shaolin Yu came back alive. Fang Yu wasn't the only one who was suspicious. Even the hunchbacked old man in charge of the Imperial Beast Hall was in disbelief. After sending off Lu surnamed, he invited Shaolin Yu into his room and questioned him in detail. Shaolin Yu just said that he might have been sent back because he wasn't considerate enough. The hunchbacked old man was also a shrewd person. He knew that Shaolin Yu was being perfunctory, but because he was shrewd, he didn't pursue the matter. During the days when Shaolin Yu was away, Wang Tai and Hao Ren didn't suffer much because of the hunchbacked old man's care. However, under the insidious schemes of Miao Yin and Fang Yu, they certainly suffered a lot. Fortunately, Hao Ren's mind was very shrewd. Every time he encountered a problem, he would directly blame it on the old man in charge. Because of this, they hadn't made any big mistakes until now. Wang Tai and Hao Ren felt relieved after Shaolin Yu came back. Although they didn't know what Shaolin Yu's cultivation level was, they felt that with Shaolin Yu around, their days would be very happy. Chapter 242. Shaolin Yu did not stay in seclusion for a long time, coming out after 2 or 3 months. Then, he would greet the old hunchbacked steward and go out. Every time he went out, it would only take him 7 or 8 days to come back and continue his seclusion. Occasionally, he would stay in the valley of the Imperial Beast Hall after his seclusion, taking care of the young beasts while pondering all day long. When he was in seclusion, Shaolin Yu was trying his best to comprehend the intermediate and advanced curses. When he went out, he would find a place where no one was around to practice the curses he had comprehended. When he was feeding the young beasts in the valley, he would carefully study the things that he had always found difficult to comprehend. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. After such a long period of comprehension, Shaolin Yu had already achieved good results in the cultivation of intermediate curses. The disorganized combination of advanced curses had also improved. However, in such a short period of time, Shaolin Yu could only occasionally deduce the advanced curses. He still needed a long time to completely reassemble the advanced curses. Shaolin Yu was not in a hurry. Currently, he was unable to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. He could also improve his strength by putting in some effort in some auxiliary techniques. In fact, if Shaolin Yu could use the intermediate curses properly, it could already increase his battle strength by a lot. It could also allow him to increase the variety of his attack methods. However, with his current realm, it was still a little difficult to comprehend advanced curses. As long as a cultivator's comprehension was slightly better, it would be easier for them to get started in the cultivation of curses. They would be able to easily activate some simple curses. However, To comprehend intermediate curses, one would need to be very proficient in basic curses. This was because intermediate curses were ingenious combinations of countless basic curses. In this aspect, the curse technique, restriction technique, and formation technique were similar. However, formation technique and restriction technique were traceable. As long as one was good at calculation and with years of understanding, one would be able to make continuous progress. However, the curse technique was a more ethereal existence. Not only did it require a high level of soul realm to support the complicated and huge calculation, it also required unconstrained imagination and creativity. Intermediate and advanced curses were generally imbued with the cultivator's own thoughts. When the same curses were activated by two cultivators, the effects and power produced would be very different. When restrictions and formations were set up or activated, they could be seen or felt by cultivators. Moreover, they could exist for a relatively long time and were more stable. However, curses were different. When they were activated, they were like ghosts dancing in the night, drifting and leaving no trace. However, once they were activated, they had to hit the target. Otherwise, they would dissipate. They could not be like restrictions or formations that could exist for many years without showing their power. Once a curses hit the target, they would not dissipate quickly. Instead, they could stay in the target's body for a very long time. The most amazing thing was that after the curses entered the target's body, they would change under the control of the caster. What Shaolin Yu valued was not only the power of the curses themselves, but also the power after the curses were fused with various seals or spells. Although this fusion was very difficult and required a lot of time to calculate and deduce, once the fusion was successful, the power of the curses and seals or spells would increase by many times. Last time, the woman surnamed Lu had fused her charm technique and ecstasy curse together to cast it on Shaolin Yu. Even though Shaolin Yu's cultivation was one level higher than that woman surnamed Lu, he could not avoid being hit. If it were not for the special restriction of the East Pole Devil sect in his soul, he was afraid that woman surnamed Lu would have sucked his yang essence dry. Shaolin Yu was not very proficient in other spells and seals. Just the primal chaos seal alone required him to study it with all his strength. Naturally, he only wanted to fuse some powerful curses with the primal chaos seal. The primal chaos seal's power had increased a lot because of the demonization of his primal chaos force. If he could fuse some intermediate curses with Shaolin Yu's current strength, the primal chaos seal's power would be enough to easily kill any late-stage true demon existence. Even early-stage spirit demon experts would have to stay far away and not dare to face it head-on. Shaolin Yu's current cultivation goal in the short term was to fuse the primal chaos seal with some intermediate curses. As for advanced curses, he could not even reach the entry level. He could not use any advanced curses at all, let alone fuse them with the primal chaos seal. Even if he wanted to fuse intermediate curses, Shaolin Yu still needed a long time to study them. If Shaolin Yu wanted to fuse the intermediate curse techniques into the primal chaos seal, he would first need to reach a level where he could use the intermediate curse techniques as he wished. Only after he was familiar with the intermediate curse techniques could he then search for the curse techniques to fuse with the primal chaos seal. After 10 years of comprehension and cultivation, Shaolin Yu had already mastered a few intermediate curses that were suitable for him. Recently, he had been trying to fuse these curses with the primal chaos seal one by one. Unfortunately, he did not know whether it was because his realm was not high enough, his understanding of curses was not enough, or he found the right place to fuse them. In short, he had tried thousands of times, but he did not succeed once. Unknowingly, 10 years have passed. They have not sent me any messages. I don't know how things are going. I should go take a look. It's time to tell Tsang Ju about these curses. With that thought, Shaolin Yu went to the old manager to ask for leave. The old manager originally had a little suspicion that Shaolin Yu was not an ordinary person. The last time Shaolin Yu returned unscathed, he was even more convinced of this point. Even a late Devil King expert could not do anything to him. So he, a mere late heavenly devil cultivator, naturally did not dare to put on the airs of a senior manager in front of Xiao Lingyu. Therefore, all these years, when Xiao Lingyu was always in seclusion and did not work, he had never questioned him. In recent years, Xiao Lingyu had been going out every once in a while. The old manager had long been accustomed to it. This time was no exception. He very straightforwardly allowed it. However, just as Xiao Lingyu was about to leave, the old manager said, "In another half a year, the sect will select a group of elite disciples from the Earth Devil and Heavenly Devil realms. They will be accepted as disciples by a few true Devil Grandmasters. At that time, there will be a competition. It is said that the top 10 will be accepted by the true Devil Grandmasters, and the top 3 will have the opportunity to enter the East Extreme Devil Cave to cultivate for a period of time. If they are lucky, they might be chosen by the Grand Elder who is cultivating in the East Extreme Devil Cave." Grand Elder? Xiao Lingyu was a little curious, because it was the first time he heard that there was a Grand Elder in the East Extreme Devil Sect. But after a moment, he thought that the Grand Elder of the East Extreme Devil Sect should be a spirit demon powerhouse. In short, this is definitely a good opportunity for you. Take advantage of it. This time you go out and try to come back as early as possible. Don't delay the competition. The hunchbacked old man reminded. Xiao Lingyu didn't take this matter to heart. After leaving the East Extreme Devil Sect, he rushed all the way to the Demon Scorpion Valley. The journey was peaceful, and in less than 2 days, Xiao Lingyu arrived at the mountain forest where the Demon Scorpion Valley was located. Just a few hundred miles away from the Demon Scorpion Valley, Xiao Lingyu, who was walking quickly in the mountain forest, suddenly frowned. After stopping, he shouted, "Come out!" His shout came out, but no one came out. Only a light breeze floated in the distance. Humph! After following for a while, you can't just leave like that. Come out and meet me. As soon as Xiao Lingyu's words fell, his body had already moved hundreds of feet horizontally, blocking the light breeze. The light breeze was too late to stop, and it hit Xiao Lingyu's body, but it didn't pass by, but it was bounced back by Xiao Lingyu's imposing aura, and then gradually turned into a staggered cultivator. The cultivator looked a little young, about 18 or 19 years old. After he steadied himself, he stared at Xiao Lingyu with a gloomy face. After a while, he cupped his fists and said, "I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me, brother." "Didn't mean to offend you? You've been following me ever since I entered the forest. You call that unintentionally offending me?" Xiao Lingyu sneered as he questioned. "Indeed, I didn't mean to offend you. Once we enter the forest, we will soon reach the Demon Scorpion Valley. Moreover, you are heading in that direction, so I followed you," the young cultivator replied after a pause. Although the young cultivator looked young, he was actually an early-stage true demon. He should have just ascended from late-stage Devil King not long ago. Naturally, he couldn't see through Xiao Lingyu's strength, but from Xiao Lingyu's imposing aura, he could roughly judge Xiao Lingyu's cultivation, so he wasn't very afraid. "What does me going to the Demon Scorpion Valley have to do with you? Why are you following me?" Xiao Lingyu asked again, his expression cold, as if he would attack if the young cultivator didn't give a reasonable explanation. This matter is confidential. I can't say it casually," the young cultivator said, scratching his head. "You don't have to say it, as long as you can beat me." Xiao Lingyu didn't waste any time. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out again. He didn't use any spells or magic treasures, only clawing at the young cultivator's throat. But before Xiao Lingyu could reach the young cultivator cried out in alarm and turned into a gentle breeze. Wherever Xiao Lingyu's imposing aura passed, the breeze would automatically move aside. No matter how strong Xiao Lingyu was, he couldn't touch the young cultivator's clothes. The young cultivator wasn't extremely fast, but had a strange movement technique. As long as Xiao Lingyu's aura leaked out, the young cultivator's movement technique would automatically dodge in advance. Xiao Lingyu's attack speed wasn't slow, and it wasn't that he couldn't hit the young cultivator, but that his attack speed wasn't fast enough to ignore the young cultivator's movement technique. After attacking for a while, Xiao Lingyu released his imposing aura in an attempt to seal the surrounding space, but it was useless. The young cultivator's movement technique seemed to be able to ignore the imposing aura seal. At least, Xiaoling Yu's imposing aura seal was useless against him. Chapter 243. With the support of the extreme speed wings, Xiaoling Yu's speed immediately soared, leaving behind a series of afterimages with each attack. With the help of the extreme speed wings, Xiaoling Yu's attacks were a threat to the young, true demon cultivator. However, the other party was still able to narrowly avoid the attacks, but it was not as easy as before. I don't believe that you can continue to use this kind of movement technique without consuming any energy. Although Xiaoling Yu couldn't defeat his opponent in a short period of time, he was relying on his body to fight, so he didn't consume much of his strength. The wings of extreme speed only consumed the space force contained within them, so it didn't consume much of Xiaoling Yu's strength. He could fight such a long battle. The two were deadlocked for about an hour before the other party finally could not hold on any longer. His movements were slightly slower, and he was almost hit by Xiaoling Yu several times. Knowing that the situation was unfavorable for him, the cultivator turned into a breeze and began to escape. Unfortunately, Xiaoling Yu had already used the extreme speed wings, so how could the cultivator escape so easily? After Xiaoling Yu blocked the breeze again, the young cultivator was revealed again. However, this time, he was gasping for breath. His face was pale, and his aura was weak. It seemed that he had consumed a lot of energy. All right, let's stop fighting. I'll tell you, okay? The other party bent over and waved his hand at Xiaoling Yu. If you had told me earlier, you wouldn't have been so tired and I could have saved some time, Xiaoling Yu said noncommittally. The young cultivator straightened his body and fed himself a pill to recover his energy. After his complexion recovered a little, he asked, "What is your relationship with the bandits of the Demon Scorpion Valley?" "You don't need to know that. You just need to tell me why you're following me," Xiaoling Yu said indifferently. "If you have a grudge with those bandits, perhaps we can cooperate once," the young cultivator said. "Oh, what kind of cooperation?" Xiaoling Yu pretended to be very interested. "Some time ago, I discovered that the Marquis of the Meng family in Mengji City was chasing after a child, and that child was hiding among the bandits in Devil Scorpion Valley. However, after investigating, I found that there was also a true demon early-stage cultivator in the Devil Scorpion Valley. In addition, there were also many Devil King stage bandit leaders. I couldn't go in and rescue them, so I've been guarding outside. If brother works with me, we can definitely heavily injure that true demon primary stage bandit. You can easily deal with those bandits, and I can take the child to get the reward. All the treasures looted by the bandits will belong to you, and I will only go to the Meng family to receive the reward. This is a win-win situation for us," the young cultivator suggested with a smile of exultation. Xiaoling Yu pretended to think for a while before nodding. "That's good. But when we reach the demonic Scorpion Valley, don't keep using your strange movement technique to dodge instead of fighting head-on. Don't worry, bounty hunters like us won't slack off at a critical moment," the young cultivator assured while patting his chest. "Bounty hunter?" Xiaoling Yu frowned slightly because this term was a bit fresh. Seeing Xiaoling Yu's strange expression, the young cultivator's eyes flickered. He laughed and said, "It's the kind of person who helps others solve their problems first and then receives the reward. Haha, bounty hunter is good. Although it's dangerous, you can choose the target, and you have more freedom than bandits." Xiaoling Yu responded with a smile, and then continued to go to the Devil Scorpion Valley. In Xiaoling Yu's view, although this young cultivator's movement technique was strange and his ability was good, he was still not a qualified bounty hunter. This was because the other party's mind seemed to be a bit simple. Not only was it too easy to get the truth, but it was also easy to believe others. Of course, it was not ruled out that this kid was very good at acting and could deceive Xiaoling Yu. However, Xiaoling Yu at least knew that the Meng family of Mengyi City would indeed pursue Zhu Jin. In addition, this was the first time she met this young cultivator, and this kid definitely didn't know her relationship with the bandits of the Devil Scorpion Valley. So Xiaoling Yu had reason to believe that this kid didn't deceive her. Even if this kid deceived her, Xiao Yu had already figured out the other party's background, so she wasn't afraid of this kid's tricks. The two traveled together, and it only took 2 cups of tea's time to arrive at the entrance of the Devil Scorpion Valley. I'll use my movement technique to sneak into the valley and wait for an opportunity to create chaos. When you see the battle cries inside, just go in and help. After the young cultivator said this to Xiao Yu, he turned into a breeze and floated to the entrance of the valley. On the way here, he had already recovered his cultivation with the help of medicinal pills. When the young cultivator entered the valley, Xiao Yu took out her communication bead and sent a message to Zhu Jin. Xiao Yu only waited for a while before the battle cries came out from the valley. Xiao Yu also entered the valley with a smile. Due to Xiao Yu's reminder, the bandits in the valley did not fall into chaos. Instead, they arranged themselves in an orderly formation, surrounding the young cultivator who had transformed into a gentle breeze and was constantly drifting about. And Sangju was also in the encirclement, dealing with the breeze. Sangju wasn't good at speed, so he naturally couldn't do anything to the young cultivator. He could only chase after the breeze with his own body. The young cultivator was surrounded, and the situation was very unfavorable. However, he was extremely confident in his movement technique, and he felt that he had a strong helper who would come in to help, so he wasn't in a hurry to break out and fight. Xiao Yu arrived in front of the bandits. The bandits all shouted in unison, "Greetings, boss!" Many of the bandits saluted in unison. Although the momentum wasn't earth-shattering, it still caused the entire Devil Scorpion Valley to tremble. Even though the young cultivator had poor hearing, he could still hear it clearly. At first, the young cultivator was a bit suspicious, thinking that there was still an expert hidden among the bandits. However, when he saw Xiao Yu greet the bandits with a smile, he could only curse himself in his heart. At this point, no matter how inexperienced the young cultivator was, he could tell that the other party had been deceiving him. After being tricked, he had jumped into the other party's ambush. The reason why Xiao Yu schemed against the young cultivator was firstly to safely capture him alive, and secondly, she purely wanted to tease this somewhat rash bounty hunter. In his heart, Xiao Yu didn't plan to mercilessly kill the young cultivator because this fellow wasn't a vicious person. Moreover, Xiao Yu wanted to learn more about bounty hunters from him. "You should just surrender. If we fight and we don't control our strength well, I'm afraid you'll lose your life here," Xiao Yu shouted loudly. What Xiao Yu didn't expect was that after hearing his words, the young cultivator actually stopped. Then, he withdrew his aura and remained motionless. Xiao Yu frowned slightly. Many of the bandits were also very suspicious. Since this brat had the guts to barge in, why did he give up so easily? Didn't they say that assassins were very courageous? Didn't they say that assassins would rather die than submit? The young cultivator's reaction left everyone at a loss for a moment. To be on the safe side, Xiao Yu personally walked over and used his power to imprison the young cultivator's cultivation. From the beginning to the end, the young cultivator did not have the slightest intention of resisting or doing anything. Since the other party was so tactful, Xiao Yu was happy to save some trouble. He brought the young cultivator and casually found a secret room to enter. "Sigh, I'm just a fledgling. I haven't even completed a mission, and I'm already captured alive. Why am I so unlucky?" Although the young cultivator was captured, there wasn't much fear on his face. He just looked a little depressed. "Why aren't you afraid at all? Aren't you worried that I'll kill you?" Xiao Yu asked curiously. He really didn't know where the other party's confidence came from. "If you wanted to kill me, you would have done so long ago. You wouldn't have brought me here to have a heart-to-heart talk. Moreover, if you really wanted to kill me, it's useless even if I'm afraid. Would you let me go just because I'm afraid?" The young cultivator replied calmly. "You're quite open-minded." Xiao Yu praised with a smile. "It's useless even if I'm open-minded. I'm just like that. I don't worry about things that are beyond my power. In the current situation, I don't have the power to protect myself. It all depends on your attitude. However, I don't have any secrets here, and I don't know where the treasures are hidden. If you want to squeeze something out of me, I'm afraid you'll have to waste your efforts." The young cultivator shrugged. "Hee hee, I'm not trying to get any treasures from you. I just have a few questions to ask. Shaoling Yu responded with a smile and then asked, "What's your name?" The young cultivator didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "If I cooperate, will you let me go?" Shaoling Yu thought for a moment and said, "As long as you answer truthfully, I guarantee that I won't kill you." The young cultivator nodded and replied, "I'm called Gong He. I have an older brother, Gong Jiang." "That's right. This matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with him." Shaoling Yu narrowed his eyes and asked cautiously, "What's your older brother's cultivation level now?" "This matter has nothing to do with him. Let's not drag him into this, okay?" Gong He said, a little embarrassed. "If it has nothing to do with him, then it has something to do with you. You'd better answer honestly," Shaoling Yu said seriously. "Actually, I don't have a good relationship with him. He's always opposed me coming out to be a bounty hunter. He's my older brother and was born hundreds of thousands of years before me. Naturally, his cultivation level is much higher than mine. When I came out, he was at the peak of the mid-stage spirit demon realm. I don't know if he has reached the late-stage spirit demon realm now." Gong He said, seemingly sincere. The peak of the mid-stage spirit demon realm. Shaoling Yu, Song Ju, and the bandit leaders in the room were all shocked. This was because this cultivation level was far beyond theirs. Shaoling Yu didn't even dare to face an early-stage spirit demon realm expert. If he faced an expert at the peak of the mid-stage spirit demon realm, he probably wouldn't be able to resist at all. With such a strong backing, you still came out to be a bounty hunter? Zhu Jin asked, seemingly in disbelief. Everyone has their own ambitions. I don't want to grow up under my older brother's protection because I'll never be able to withstand the storm. I want to train myself, but I don't want to lose my freedom. I also don't want to be found by my older brother too early. Chapter 244. Bounty hunters receive benefits from others and work for them. What's there to say? Gong He said nonchalantly, "What I want to know is not about the bounty hunters themselves, but about the organization." Shaoling Yu shook his head and said, "This organization? Most of the cultivators who have reached the true demon realm know about this organization." Gong He first said, and then seeing the impatient expression on Shaoling Yu's face, he continued, "Bounty hunters are a very large organization. It should be said that the entire devil world has members, and I guess there are similar organizations in the immortal world as well. Such a large organization naturally needs a clear system and rules, but the most important thing is the ranking in the organization." Gong He paused for a moment. Seeing that everyone was listening attentively and no one had any intention of interrupting, he continued, "There are 5 levels of bounty hunters from the lowest to the highest. They are Hunter, Hunter Master, Hunter King, Hunter Emperor, and Hunter God. The ranking here is not only based on your own realm and strength, but also the number of times you complete the task and the difficulty. Every time a bounty hunter completes a task, they can use the relevant evidence to record it in the branch and slowly accumulate it. However, in order to not rely on the help of others to complete the task and get the opportunity to level up, the higher-ups of the bounty hunters have stipulated that a hunter must at least be in the Devil King stage. A Hunter Master must be in the Spirit Devil stage. A Hunter King must be in the Devil Monarch stage. The Hunter Emperor must be in the Devil Emperor stage. And a Hunter God must be in the Devil Venerable stage. The experts in the devil world know that the Devil Venerable actually has the strength of a god. If you want to become a bounty hunter, is there a limit to the origin of a cultivator? For example, can a cultivator who already has a sect join?" Shaoling Yu touched his chin and asked with great interest. Gong He nodded and said, "Yes, there is no limit to the origin of a bounty hunter. No matter who you are, as long as you can meet the requirements, you can become a bounty hunter. However, each bounty hunter needs to complete a task according to their level every once in a while. Otherwise, they will be in danger of losing their bounty hunter qualification. Moreover, they also need to pay a fee to the bounty hunter organization every once in a while. If we fail the mission too many times, will it affect us?" Shaoling Yu asked again. "It doesn't matter because we don't need to accept missions at all. If you fail a mission, you can continue or give up on the mission. There's no need to report to the branch. No one will know. The bounty hunter organization only records your successes. They don't record if you fail or how many times you fail. Moreover, our missions are usually dangerous. Failure usually means death. Gong He shook his head and explained. In that case, the bounty hunter organization is not very strict. Zhu Jin interrupted. These are only for bounty hunters below the level of Emperor Hunter. Emperor Hunters and Deity Hunters are the higher-ups of the organization. Their organization must be very strict. For a huge organization like the bounty hunters, if they are too strict, they won't be able to attract too many cultivators to join them. The higher-ups won't have the energy to supervise them either. At any rate, those below the level of Emperor Hunter won't be able to affect the bounty hunters much. The higher-ups won't care about the actions of ordinary bounty hunters, Gong He said disapprovingly. There should be a bounty hunter branch on the Blood Moon continent, right? Xiaoling Yu asked after pondering for a moment. Yes, there is. Almost every continent in the demon realm has a bounty hunter branch. Most of them only have one branch. The branch on the Blood Moon continent is in the Blood Moon City. It's easy to find it in the Blood Moon City. Gong He nodded and explained. Then he asked curiously, why? Does the great master want to become a bounty hunter? Xiaoling Yu smiled and shook her head. Not at all. I just want to issue some missions. That's why I want to know more about this organization. By the way, you guys usually look for missions on your own. Do you accept missions that are specially assigned to you? Gong He replied, of course. After all, looking for missions is too coincidental. If you're unlucky, you might not find a mission for hundreds or thousands of years. If you have any needs or help, you can go to the branch to register. The branch will then present your mission in the hall of the branch. If the bounty hunters see it and are interested, they will take action. However, if the bounty hunters find missions on their own, they don't have to pay a fee to the organization. The client who issued the mission doesn't have to pay either. However, if the mission is issued in the branch will charge a corresponding fee according to the difficulty of the mission. The reward for completing the mission must be deposited in the branch first. Also, the bounty hunters will have to pay a certain percentage of magic stones to the organization after completing the mission. Do we have to go to the branch to issue a mission? Xiaoling Yu asked with concern. It's not necessary for the client to personally go to the branch. Someone else can take the mission. As long as there are enough magic stones and a strand of the client's soul imprint, it will be fine. After the mission is completed, the branch will take the initiative to contact the client. Gong He shook his head and explained. Must the reward be deposited in the branch first? What if no bounty hunter is able to complete the mission? Xiaoling Yu continued to ask. Of course, you have to deposit enough reward first. Otherwise, if the bounty hunter completes the mission and the client dies or is unable to deliver the reward due to other reasons, wouldn't the bounty hunter who completed the mission have work for nothing? As for the mission that no one completes, the client can go to the branch at any time to cancel the mission and retrieve the magic stones deposited in the branch as long as the deadline is over. Alternatively, if the deadline is over, the branch will take the initiative to contact the client. The client can choose to cancel the mission or extend the deadline. Gong He explained patiently. The bounty hunter organization is so big. It must have existed for countless years. There should be no loopholes in many aspects. Zhu Jin added, That's good. When you go back, help me deliver a few missions. Xiaoling Yu said calmly. Gong He's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. He asked, You're not going to kill me? Haha, why would I kill you? I have no enmity with you. Now that things have come to this, you won't be able to complete the mission that Marquis Meng gave you. What's the point of killing you? Xiaoling Yu said with a smile. Haha, I knew it. Gong He, am blessed with good fortune. I can't die on my first mission. It seems that the heavens are still looking after me. Gong He laughed. However, if you continue to be like this, I advise you to go back to your brother as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if you don't die today, you won't be able to live long in the future. Xiaoling Yu felt that Gong He was still not mature enough and trusted others too easily. Hence, she reminded him in a bad mood. Haha, people will always improve. If I don't go out and explore and broaden my horizons, how can I become a wise and brave person? Gong He laughed dryly. Actually, I think that if the bounty hunters work together with the mountain bandits, it should be a good choice. Bounty hunters often travel outside and often go to the branch. There are more opportunities for them to come across some valuable missions. There are many missions that the bounty hunters can't complete alone, so they can ask the mountain bandits for help. This way, the probability of completing the mission will be higher and the time required will be shorter. Even if the reward is lower, it will be worth it. Anyway, the higher-ups of the bounty hunters don't care how they complete the mission. Most of the clients who issued the mission are in a hurry, so they won't care who the bounty hunters find to work with. Zhu Jin suddenly interrupted. Many bounty hunters have thought of this idea. Moreover, there are many people who work with organizations similar to the mountain bandits. I just haven't been in the industry for long and haven't found a suitable team to work with. However, it's also risky to work with other non-bounty hunters. After completing the mission, I might be killed by the partner. This is especially true for organizations like the mountain bandits, who are easily tempted by profits. If they don't trust them, most bounty hunters won't work with others. Gong He said helplessly, "We are tempted by profits, but we will never forget our righteousness." A mountain bandit leader in the middle stage of the Demon Lord said, Yes, I know. Most mountain bandits are very loyal." Gong He quickly agreed. He was afraid that he would lose his life if he angered these mountain bandits. "Why don't you work with us in the future? You are just a beginner hunter and need our help. Before you grow and become more experienced, we can provide you with protection," Zhu Jin said sincerely. "You will protect me?" As Gong He spoke, he glanced at the mountain bandits in the secret room. At first, he was obviously disdainful. However, when he saw Shaoling Yu, he said, "That's a good suggestion. If it weren't for Shaoling Yu, Gong, he wouldn't have been captured alive and wouldn't need the protection of these mountain bandits. After all, most of these mountain bandits were much weaker than him. Other than Shaoling Yu, only Tsangju was worthy of his attention. Most importantly, if we work together, we will be like a family. Only then will we be able to let you go without worry." Shaoling Yu also thought that Zhu Jin's suggestion was good. Therefore, he added this sentence with a hint of threat. "Haha, I, Gong He, have left home for only 300 years. To think that I have found a new home. I even have so many loyal brothers." Gong He thought for a moment before he replied with a hearty laugh. "This kid is quite smart sometimes." Shaoling Yu thought to himself, "He's a promising talent." After that, Zhu Jin represented the Heavenly Bandits and reached a cooperation agreement with Gong He. The two of them swore on their souls that they would never betray each other. Heavenly Bandits. What a domineering name. It seems like your ambitions are not small. Gong He praised after they swore. "Our goal is to become a bandit group that will make all the cultivators and factions in the demon world tremble in fear. We will sweep across the demon world and rob whoever we want." A simple-minded mountain bandit leader shouted solemnly. Chapter 245. Zhu Jin was in charge of discussing the details of the cooperation with Gong He. The Heavenly Bandits now had the help of an early-stage, true demon cultivator, which could be considered a big deal and a good thing. However, how to use it would depend on Zhu Jin. Shaoling Yu didn't have too much time to care about it. After teaching Tsangju the elementary, intermediate, and advanced demon curse techniques, Shaoling Yu returned to the Eastern Demon Sect. Of course, before returning, Shaoling Yu engraved the mission he wanted to issue on a jade slip and handed it to Gong He. The mission Shaoling Yu wanted to issue was not a special mission. It was to help him collect some materials that were necessary to break through to the chaotic void refining stage. Although the materials were not too advanced, because they were suitable for the cultivation of the 9-revolution chaos formula, they were relatively rare. Shaoling Yu alone would have to slowly find them in the future. It was better to spend more magic stones and ask others to help find them. After all these years of shrewd management by Zhu Jin, the Heavenly Bandits had accumulated a lot of magic stones. It was enough for Shaoling Yu to use to pay the bounty hunters who completed the mission. After all, his mission was only to collect materials, and it was not too risky. The reward for a mission that was not life-threatening was generally not too much, because many bounty hunters often went out. If they had the chance to encounter the materials Xiaoling Yu needed, they would bring them back. Just as Xiaoling Yu returned to the valley of the Imperial Beast Hall, he was stopped by Wang Tai and Hao Run before he had time to rest. "Brother Xiao, the two of us are preparing to go into seclusion for a few months. Can you help us take care of the cubs?" Hao Run asked directly. "Of course, that's no problem." Xiaoling Yu responded straightforwardly at first, and then asked doubtfully, "But why do the two of you want to go into seclusion at the same time? If you can do it first, it will be easier for me." Brother Xiao, don't tell me you still don't know. In another half a year, the sect will have a large competition to select a group of elites from the Earth Demon and Heaven Demon realms. Those with good results can even be accepted as disciples by the true demon ancestor. The two of us have also ascended for some time, and we want to try to advance to the Earth Demon stage before the grand competition. Howren paused and explained, "I know about this, and it is indeed an opportunity for you. But even if you can reach the early Earth Demon realm before the start of the assembly, won't it be difficult for you to achieve outstanding results in the Earth Demon realms battles? The East Pole Devil sect doesn't lack Earth Devil mid and late-stage disciples." Shaolin Yu nodded and asked, "The important thing is to participate. We definitely won't be able to fight for a high ranking, but it's good to go out and show our faces. What if some Grandmaster takes a fancy to us?" Haoren said with a hollow laugh. He seemed to be in a good mood. "Okay, you two go into seclusion." Shaolin Yu didn't ask any more questions. If he asked any more, they would think that he was deliberately evasive. Shaolin Yu had been in seclusion in recent years. Miao Yin naturally wouldn't help him look after the group of cubs he was in charge of. Wang Tai and Hao Ren had been watching over them. Now that the two of them were going into seclusion, and it would only be for a few months, Shaolin Yu had no reason to refuse. "By the way, Brother Xiao, if we meet on the stage, you must show mercy," Hao Ren said with a tactful look. "Don't worry, I won't participate in the assembly." Shaolin Yu patted Hao Ren's shoulder and said, "Why won't you participate? This is a rare opportunity for cultivators like us who have just ascended. The two of us are very enthusiastic even though we haven't reached the Earth Demon realm yet. Brother Xiao, you have extraordinary means. It would be a pity if you don't participate." Wang Tai couldn't help but ask. "Hee, I will cheer for you when the time comes," Shaolin Yu said with a smile and didn't explain. The assembly of the East Demon sect this time was only for Earth Demon and Heavenly Demon realm cultivators. Although Shaolin Yu had just ascended and usually only showed the cultivation of Earth Demon realm, he actually had the cultivation of early True Demon realm. His strength wasn't weaker than late True Demon realm cultivators. Naturally, he couldn't participate in the assembly. When the assembly began, there would certainly be Devil sect experts present. As long as any True Demon realm cultivator came, it was very likely that they would be able to see through Shaolin Yu's details. Shaolin Yu didn't say anything, so Wang Tai and Haoren naturally didn't continue to pester him. The two of them immediately returned to their respective seclusion rooms. In fact, if it weren't for Shaolin Yu giving them a large number of Devil Stones last time, they wouldn't have the confidence to break through to early Earth Demon realm. After all, they had ascended less than 100 years ago. Miao Yin was Middle Earth Demon realm and was still far from late Earth Demon realm. In such a short time, it would be very difficult for him to reach late Earth Demon realm, so he didn't need to go into seclusion. The most important thing was that he wasn't a subordinate of the old steward of the Imperial Beast Hall. At this time, even if he went to ask for leave, he wouldn't be able to get permission. With Miao Yin here, Shaolin Yu's task wasn't very heavy. Fan Yu was still in the Imperial Beast Hall. He was very depressed. The boy he disliked very much was taken away by his master, but he could still come back unscathed. "It's fine if that guy came back, but that woman didn't take me back. It's really annoying." With that woman's temper and character, that fellow must have used some sinister method to deceive that woman for her to be able to come back alive. Maybe he even said a lot of bad things about me behind that woman's back. No, I have to go ask that kid. I can't just suffer in silence. With this thought in mind, Fang Yu had been looking for Xiao Lingyu recently. However, Xiao Lingyu's whereabouts were unknown. If he wasn't in seclusion, he would go out. It was very difficult for him to find an opportunity to stop Xiao Lingyu and ask him. These days, Xiao Lingyu finally didn't go out. Fang Yu first pretended to look for Miao Yin, and then came to Xiao Lingyu with Miao Yin. At this time, Xiao Lingyu was squatting down to feed the cub. Although he knew that Fang Yu and Miao Yin had come, he didn't show the slightest expression and pretended not to see anything. It wasn't that Xiao Lingyu wanted to avoid these two. He just wanted to see what these two were thinking or hear what they had to say first. Brother Xiao, the sect tournament is about to begin. Why don't you go into seclusion for a while? Miao Yin asked with seeming concern. I think he already has a card up his sleeve. Although he was sent back a few years after being taken in by my master, he must have learned something, Fang Yu said meaningfully. I don't plan to participate in the tournament. You two don't need to worry about it, Xiao Lingyu said indifferently, not raising his head to look at the two. What? You're not going to participate? Miao Yin said in disbelief. Fang Yu was also stunned, but then with a hint of disdain, he said, Then you know your place and don't want to lose face in front of your fellow disciples. You don't even have the courage to go up on stage. No wonder my master gave up. He has only ascended for less than 100 years. It would be good if he could reach the early Earth Demon Realm. How would he be a match for the mid or late Earth Demon Realm disciples? Just take it that I don't have the courage to go up on stage. Xiao Lingyu glanced at Fang Yu unmoved. What do you mean take it that way? You don't have the courage to go up on stage. Don't make it sound so nice. Right now, almost all of the sect's Earth Demon and Heavenly Demon Realm disciples have signed up, but you don't even have the courage to sign up. Is it because your aptitude is too poor that my master didn't pass on anything to you? Fang Yu said with a strange tone. As soon as Fang Yu spoke, Xiao Lingyu knew that this guy was trying to get information out of him. He was not as gullible as Gong He. I know your master loves you very much. You can also make your master like you in bed. She must have passed on many powerful divine abilities to you. I hope you can achieve good results in the tournament, Xiao Lingyu said as he stood up and walked toward the next cub. Oomph. Stop. Hearing his master mentioned, Fang Yu's face alternated between green and red as he coldly snorted. Xiao Lingyu still walked forward, not wanting to waste any more saliva on these two. These two were clearly looking down on him. A mere earth demon dares to be so presumptuous. No matter what, Fang Yu is still a heavenly demon realm cultivator. Moreover, he was doing very well in the sect. His fellow Earth Demon Realm disciples had to call him senior when they saw him, and cultivators of the same realm were also polite to him. Now that an Earth Demon Realm cultivator dared to put on airs in front of him, how could he not fly into a rage? Fang Yu stomped his foot and quickly moved forward, blocking in front of Xiao Lingyu. With a sullen face, he said, Don't think that just because senior brother Zhang is protecting you, you can disrespect your elders. I am speaking to you because I think highly of you. Don't be so shameless. I don't need you to give me any face. Move aside, I still have work to do. Xiao Lingyu's face was still very calm. He continued, I want to remind you that you are now a worker of the Imperial Beast Hall, under the orders of the Lord Steward. Don't think that your status is much higher than mine. You're courting death. Fang Yu was enraged. He was infuriated by Xiao Lingyu's words, and also by Xiao Lingyu's calm expression. Although the sect had a rule that disciples were not allowed to fight, even if he risked being punished, he still wanted to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. After all, if something happened, his master would help him plead for leniency. Therefore, Fang Yu raised his arm and viciously slapped Xiao Lingyu's cheek. Slap. Unfortunately, he did not expect Xiao Lingyu to dare to fight back, nor did he expect Xiao Lingyu to have the ability to fight back. Before his slap could land on Xiao Lingyu's face, his own face was in pain. His ears were ringing, and he saw stars in front of his eyes. After crying out in pain, Fang Yu's body spun 3 times on the spot, then staggered and fell on his butt. Xiao Lingyu did not use too much strength. He could not help but want to teach Fang Yu a lesson. However, he did not lose his mind out of anger. If he did not control his strength, this slap would have smashed Fang Yu's head into mush. You dare to hit me? Fang Yu shook his head violently and glared at Xiao Lingyu as he said, pointing at him. What? Are you the king of heaven? Why wouldn't I dare to hit you? Xiaoling Yu asked with a cold smile. Miao Yin, who was standing at the side, was first stunned by the scene in front of him. Then, he shouted and rushed towards Xiaoling Yu. Chapter 246. Bang! Miao Yin, who had just rushed to Xiaoling Yu's side, was kicked in the stomach by Xiaoling Yu, and his body flew out. Puff! Puff! Miao Yin spat out mouthfuls of blood, and his face was as pale as paper. He couldn't understand how the other party could attack so quickly when he had just ascended. Boy, I want you dead. Fang Yu was furious. His body suddenly jumped up, and while rushing towards Xiaoling Yu again, he opened his mouth and spat out a black light. The black light expanded with the wind, and in a flash, it had turned into a black thorn. Impudent! The hunchbacked old man in charge had appeared out of nowhere. With a loud shout, he stood in front of Xiaoling Yu. With a wave of his sleeve, a powerful aura surged out. Not only did it sweep away the black thorn, but it also pushed Fang Yu a few feet away. This is the Imperial Beast Hall, not a battle arena. If you want to behave atrociously here, you have to ask for my permission first. The old man in charge reprimanded with a dignified face. Senior Brother Zhang, why didn't you come out when he hit me just now? Fang Yu asked angrily. If you didn't come looking for trouble, how could a mere Earth Demon disciple dare to attack you? If you don't accept it, you can go back and look for Martial Uncle Liu, or you can go directly to the sect master to reason. The old man in charge snorted coldly. Fang Yu's face became even uglier. He was in the Heavenly Demon stage, and the other party was only in the Earth Demon stage. With such a great disparity in strength, he was actually the one who was beaten. If he went to his master, he was afraid that he would be scolded. After all, this matter was very embarrassing for his master. If he went to the sect master, he was afraid that at this time, this matter would quickly spread throughout the sect. No matter what, this matter happened in the Imperial Beast Hall, and he was the one who hurt me. Senior Brother Zhang, as the steward of the Imperial Beast Hall, you have a responsibility to give me an explanation. Fang Yu thought for a while and said hatefully. The old steward smiled and said, You were the one who provoked me first, and Xiaoling Yu hit me after that. This is the principle that two hands can't clap. However, even if you provoked her, as a fellow disciple, Xiaoling Yu should not have hurt you. If you insist on seeking an explanation from me, I can punish the person who did it. Senior Brother Zhang, please give us justice. My lord, please punish Xiaoling Yu severely. Fang Yu and Miao Yin, who had just crawled up from the bed, spoke one after another. All right. The hunchbacked old man also shouted. Then he said to Xiaoling Yu in a seemingly just and dignified manner, You're not allowed to go out for the next 500 years. You'll have to do the work of 2 people. Furthermore, all the magic crystals given by the sect will be deducted. At this point, the hunchbacked old man paused and asked, Do you have any objections to this punishment? Xiaoling Yu clenched her fists and said with a calm expression, I have no objections. In fact, in her heart, Xiaoling Yu was overjoyed because these punishments did not affect her at all. After all, this punishment was given by the hunchbacked old man. The hunchbacked old man could remove it at any time. As for the salary penalty, Xiaoling Yu did not care about the 1 low-grade magic stone that the East Pole Demon Sect gave every 10 years. Junior Brother Fang, do you have any objections? The hunchbacked old man asked Fang Yu again. Fang Yu's expression changed again and again. In the end, he could only nod and leave. Even if he knew that the hunchbacked old man was helping Xiaoling Yu, he could not do anything. After all, this kind of shameful thing was really not suitable to be blown up. Moreover, Fang Yu's heart was now very puzzled. The other party was only at the Earth Demon stage. How could he slap me when I attacked first? It was absolutely impossible for an Earth Demon stage cultivator to have such fast speed. But he had clearly just ascended, hadn't he? Could it be that Jiang Kuei cheated? This guy did not just ascend? Or did he ascend after going through the 9 tribulations? Fang Yu touched his swollen and painful cheek while thinking in his heart. Although he did not want to make a big deal out of this matter, he would definitely not let it go. This time, he suffered a loss because he did not investigate the other party's background clearly and acted rashly. He absolutely could not suffer the same loss again. Therefore, he had to know more. After Feng Yu and Miao Yin left, the hunchbacked old man said to Xiaoling Yu, "Feng Yu is not a magnanimous person. You have to be careful in the future. As for the punishment, it was just for show. You don't have to take it to heart." Xiaoling Yu nodded softly. He did not take the matter just now to heart. Feng Yu and he were not at the same level at all. He would not care about what methods Feng Yu would use to retaliate in the future. Even his master could not do anything to me and was beaten up. Whatever he does is in vain. Xiaoling Yu disdainfully said in his heart, "What do you think about the competition?" The hunchbacked old man suddenly asked. The hunchbacked old man had previously doubted Xiaoling Yu's strength. When Xiaoling Yu came back safely from the woman surnamed Lu, his doubts became even stronger. Just now, he saw Xiaoling Yu slap Feng Yu's face with his own eyes. In his heart, he was almost certain that this guy's strength was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Even if he had really just ascended, he should have gone through the 9 tribulations. "I won't participate," Xiaoling Yu replied. Hearing Xiaoling Yu's answer, the hunchbacked old man smiled slightly and did not ask any more questions. He only said, "It's good that you don't participate this time. There will be opportunities in the future." In the next few months, Xiaoling Yu was very busy. However, he was not tired. Now, he was only responsible for more than 2,000 cubs. When he first arrived at the Imperial Beast Hall, he could feed more than 3,000 cubs at a time. Besides, this was also a way to repay King Tai and Hao Run. They had helped him, so he couldn't be too stingy. However, with his strength, he didn't need to be so stingy. Xiaoling Yu was already very proficient in feeding the cubs. In the process of feeding, he could also divide his attention to comprehend the devil curse technique. So, it wasn't a waste of time. A few months passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the day of the East Pole Devil Sect's elite disciple selection had arrived. Although the East Pole Devil Sect was a third-rate sect, it could still be considered as a first-rate sect. The overall scale of the sect wasn't small. In particular, the number of Earth Devil and Heavenly Devil disciples was not small. This time, more than 300 Earth Devil disciples had signed up for the competition, and more than 40 Heavenly Devil disciples had signed up for the competition. With so many people fighting, it was bound to consume a lot of time. During this time, the East Pole Devil Sect would be very lively and many things would happen. Xiaoling Yu didn't have much interest in joining in the fun. However, he had already promised King Tai and Hao Run that he would watch the competition. At least, Xiaoling Yu wanted to see the competition between the two of them. Xiaoling Yu wouldn't treat others half-heartedly if they were sincere to him. This was his principle in life. There was a fighting arena in the center of the East Pole Devil Sect's encampment. It covered a large area. It looked more like a football field on Earth. However, this fighting arena was dozens of times bigger than a football field. A slightly bigger football field on Earth could accommodate more than 50,000 people. But this fighting arena could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. The entire East Pole Devil Sect only had a few thousand people. Therefore, even though most of the East Pole Devil Sect's cultivators had arrived at the fighting arena, it still looked very spacious. The fighting arena was surrounded by grandstands, and there was a large area in the center. It was divided into 10 sections. So, 20 people could enter the arena in each round. King Tai and Hao Run were also very hardworking. Both of them had advanced to the initial stage of Earth Devil before the start of the competition. Moreover, both of them were arranged for the third round of the competition. Xiaoling Yu arrived at the fighting arena after the start of the first round. He casually found an empty corner and stared at the center of the arena. The first to fight were all disciples in the Earth Devil realm. To Xiaoling Yu, their fight was no different from a fight between children. It was really boring. It was very difficult for a disciple to appear that could make his eyes light up. It was very boring to watch. Before the third round began, a person walked over to them. The person who came was the steward of the Hall of Fame that Xiaoling Yu had met when he first arrived at the East Pole Devil Sect. He was Old Man Li, who had been at the peak of the late stage of Heaven Devil Realm for many years. What is he doing here? Seeing Old Man Li smile at him, Xiaoling Yu responded with a smile. He was puzzled. At this time, Xiaoling Yu suddenly remembered that after he arrived at the Imperial Beast Hall, Old Man Li had intended to transfer him from the Imperial Beast Hall to the Hall of Fame. It was just that he didn't agree at the time. In other words, this steward of the Hall of Fame had actually noticed him long ago. However, Xiaoling Yu couldn't be sure why he had noticed him, and what he had noticed about him. Greetings, Senior Li. When Old Man Li stopped in front of him, Xiaoling Yu could only greet him. He felt that this old man wasn't simple, so he didn't want to neglect him. Haha, sit. There's no need to be so polite, Old Man Li said with a smile. Then, he sat down in the seat next to Xiaoling Yu. Xiaoling Yu also sat down, but didn't speak first. He didn't know the other party's background or intentions. It was best to speak less to avoid exposing himself. In terms of vigilance, Xiaoling Yu, who had experienced many storms, was much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Brother Xiao, you didn't sign up for the selection this time, right? Old Man Li asked after a moment of silence. No, Xiaoling Yu softly replied. With Brother Xiao's aptitude, there's no need for you to participate in this kind of selection. Old Man Li said meaningfully. Xiaoling Yu's heart skipped a beat. This old man, Li, really wasn't simple. He was afraid that Old Man Li had seen through his true cultivation. Although he was nervous, his expression didn't change as he replied, Senior praises me too much. In front of this kind of person, Xiaoling Yu knew that he had to speak less. No matter what Old Man Li said or what he saw, he had to continue pretending. Only then could he save himself some trouble. I like how careful you are. However, you've been in the East Pole Devil Sect for some time now. You've already revealed quite a bit. I'm afraid that it won't be long before you reveal even more. After another moment of silence, Old Man Li suddenly said meaningfully. Chapter 247. Although he had many questions in his heart, Xiaoling Yu still refused to speak and continued to stare at the center of the stage with a dull expression. At this time, the third round had already begun. Wang Tai and Hao Run had both entered the stage. Their luck was average, and they didn't draw a late Earth Demon expert, but their opponents weren't early Earth Demon either. Both of them were mid-Earth Demon cultivators. Their cultivations were much lower than their opponents, and both of them had just advanced to early Earth Demon. They hadn't even begun to cultivate Earth Demon techniques and divine abilities. Xiaoling Yu had reason to believe that these two fellows wouldn't last more than 3 moves before being defeated. I don't know why you joined the East Pole Devil Sect and why you accepted the Devil Sect's soul restriction, but you can't possibly hide your cultivation and stay in the East Pole Devil Sect for too long. Old Man Li seemed to kindly remind him. What if I'm exposed? Xiaoling Yu asked indifferently. If you are exposed, no one will think that you have good intentions. They will only think that you have ulterior motives. At that time, you will have to face the encirclement of the true demon stage experts of the East Pole Demon Sect. Even if you have some divine ability and don't fear the true demon stage experts, don't forget that the East Pole Demon Sect still has a spirit demon. Old Man Li whispered, I should be the one worrying about this. Why are you reminding me? Xiaoling Yu smiled and asked, if you can come to the Hall of Fame, I can help you hide for a bit longer, so you won't be exposed. Old Man Li said, if I really have bad intentions and you take me in, aren't you afraid of being implicated? Xiaoling Yu asked noncommittally. If you're in the Hall of Fame, without my permission, you can't do anything big in the East Demon Sect. Old Man Li said confidently. If that's the case, won't I have to live under your surveillance? Xiaoling Yu sneered. I have no intention of monitoring you. I'll only give you some pointers to prevent you from going astray. Also, I have something to tell you. Old Man Li shook his head and explained. If you have something to say, you can say it here. You don't have to go to the recording hall to say it, right? Xiaoling Yu asked, unmoved. The fight between Wang Tai and Hao Run had come to a conclusion. However, Xiaoling Yu was surprised to see that both of them had been on the verge of defeat. But both of them had turned defeat into victory at the same time. They had revealed their trump cards and had sent their opponents off the stage. So, both of them had obtained victory. Things often go beyond one's expectations, Old Manly laughed, as if judging. Being unexpected is not necessarily a good thing. I think everyone prefers to be able to control the overall situation and not want to complicate matters, Xiaoling Yu said meaningfully. I'll ask the Imperial Beast Hall for more people. If you don't want to come, then I won't be a busybody. After saying this, Mr. Li stood up and left the arena not long after. After Wang Tai and Hao Ren's victory, they both walked over to Xiaoling Yu. Although they had both been injured, they still had smiles on their faces. Congratulations, congratulations. I really didn't expect the two of you to be so fierce on the stage. Xiaoling Yu pretended to congratulate them and praise them. Our skills can't compare to yours. We were only able to win by pure luck, Hao Ren said with a smile. That big move you used just now, even if you met a late Earth demon, you might still have a chance. Just based on that, it's very likely that you'll be valued by the experts of the sect, Xiaoling Yu said truthfully. That's not necessarily true. Our opponents, just now, didn't know much about us and underestimated us. That's why we suddenly used a big move to ambush them. If our opponents had been more careful, it wouldn't have been so easy for us to win, Wang Tai said. Anyway, winning is always a good thing. Let's go back first, Xiaoling Yu said and led the two out of the arena. When Xiaoling Yu arrived at the entrance of the arena, he met the woman surnamed Lu. He gave her a faint smile, but the woman's originally smiling face suddenly sank. She snorted and turned her head away, as if she didn't want to look at Xiaoling Yu any longer. Xiaoling Yu shook his head with a wry smile and didn't greet her. He and the woman surnamed Lu had an agreement that they would act as if they didn't know each other when they met in the sect. Neither of them could say anything about the other. The schedule of the competition was very loose. It was to give the disciples who had just fought a chance to recover or fight again. There was still half a month before Hao Ren and Wang Tai's next fight. After returning to the Valley of the Imperial Beast Hall, the two humbly asked Xiaoling Yu for advice. They asked Xiaoling Yu to point out their flaws in the fight and give them advice. Although Xiaoling Yu didn't understand the two's cultivation methods, after all, his realm was much higher than theirs. He could see a lot of things clearly. In addition, Xiaoling Yu himself had experienced countless battles. His fighting awareness was very high. Naturally, he could give a lot of useful advice to the two. Hao Ren and Wang Tai were able to cultivate to the great ascension stage in the cultivation world. Naturally, they weren't stupid people. After listening to Xiaoling Yu's advice, they benefited a lot and immediately went into seclusion to meditate. They both felt that if they could understand Xiaoling Yu's words, even if their realm didn't improve, their fighting strength would improve a lot. In fact, everyone knew that the competition between cultivators was nothing more than a competition of skills, realms, magical weapons, and cultivation methods. These could be regarded as hardware. Fighting awareness was how to use one's hardware, which was regarded as software. The final result of the fight depended not only on the hardware, but also on the software. Xiaoling Yu wouldn't help Hao Ren and Wang Tai improve their hardware, but he didn't mind helping them upgrade their software. Wang Tai and Hao Ren's second fight hadn't started yet. The hunchbacked old man found Xiaoling Yu again and said that the steward of the Hall of Fame was inviting Xiaoling Yu again. Xiaoling Yu had already thought about this problem, so he gave a straightforward reply of rejection. The steward of the Hall of Fame was so attentive that Xiaoling Yu was very suspicious. He didn't want to stay with a person he didn't know the depth of. Furthermore, the steward of the Hall of Fame obviously had a motive for inviting him over. He might even be scheming against Xiaoling Yu. Naturally, Xiaoling Yu wouldn't fall into a trap. Actually, the steward of the Hall of Fame has always been a good person. He often gives guidance to the disciples of the sect. If you go, he will certainly take care of you. Moreover, our Imperial Beast Hall isn't a good place. You won't have any future if you stay here. Xiaoling Yu didn't wait for the steward to finish speaking and said, "Sir, there's no need to persuade me. I want to stay in the Imperial Beast Hall. At least this place is quieter than other places." The steward thought for a moment and could only sigh and leave. Xiaoling Yu could guess that the old man, surnamed Li, in charge of the Hall of Fame, must have given Xiaoling Yu a pass or given him some pressure. Otherwise, the the steward of the Imperial Beast Hall wouldn't have persuaded him like that. After all, the hunchbacked old man was sincere in wanting Xiaoling Yu to stay. 20 days passed by in a hurry. Wang Tai and Haoren also welcomed their second match. In the second match, Wang Tai and Haoren were lucky. Not only did they not encounter a late Earth Demon opponent, but they also faced early Earth Demon opponents. Even late Earth Demon cultivators had to be careful when facing their big moves. Early Earth Demon cultivators couldn't resist at all. They won without any surprise. After 2 eliminations, there were less than 100 Earth Demon contestants left, and only 12 Heavenly Demon contestants were left. It was still an elimination round. Most of the demonic cultivators' thoughts were straightforward and simple. They didn't have many tricks, and it was the same for organizing this kind of competition. However, what made Haoren depressed was that his next opponent turned out to be Imperial Beast Hall's Miao Yin. Haoren was not worried that he couldn't beat Miao Yin, but if he couldn't, it would be embarrassing. He didn't like to fight with villains. But this matter couldn't be changed even if he didn't want to. He had to face it and strive to defeat his opponent. But what made Xiaoling Yu want to laugh was that Fan Yu unexpectedly met Jiang Kuei in the Heavenly Demon Realms arrangement. The arrangement chart was on a big bulletin board at the entrance of the arena. Many disciples of the Eastern Demon Sect were watching it. Xiaoling Yu also came here with Wang Tai and Haoren. After looking at it, Xiaoling Yu suddenly felt his shoulder sink. He turned his head and found that it was Jiang Kuei's hand on his shoulder. "Hey, boy, did you participate in the competition?" Jiang Kuei asked casually. "No," Xiaoling Yu replied with a smile. Xiaoling Yu had a good impression of Jiang Kuei. "Why didn't you participate? Don't tell me you haven't reached the Earth Demon Realm." Jiang Kuei looked very disappointed. Let's not talk about me first. You have to face Fan Yu this time. Are you sure you can win?" Xiaoling Yu smiled and changed the topic. "Fan Yu is a villain. Defeating him will be as easy as stepping on a mouse," Jiang Kuei said confidently. Jiang Kuei's temper was very straightforward. His voice was not soft. The bulletin board was only so big and Jiang Kuei was so loud. Naturally, everyone heard him. Fan Yu was also here. When he heard Jiang Kuei shout, he walked over with a gloomy face. Miao Yin also followed behind him. "Senior Jiang, don't talk big too early. Although I call you Senior Jiang, it doesn't mean that you are much stronger than me," Fan Yu said with a straight face. "What? You're not convinced? Then let's use strength to speak in the arena," Jiang Kuei said with a disdainful look. "It's boring to compete. Why don't we add some stakes?" Fan Yu suggested. "You want to bet? You want to bet something, right? Very well. Tell me what you want to bet. No matter what you want to bet, I will accept it," Jiang Kuei said straightforwardly. "I don't care about you. Let's bet with magic stones. Let's bet 100,000 medium magic stones. How about it?" Fan Yu said with a confident look. Chapter 248. 100,000 medium-grade magic stones were equivalent to 1,000 high-grade magic stones. This was not a small amount for any cultivator who had not reached the Devil King stage, especially for the disciples of a third-rate sect like the East Pole Devil Sect who were below the Devil King stage. Even if they were valued by the sect, it would be difficult for them to take out so many magic stones at once. After all, they would consume a lot of magic stones in their daily cultivation, and the magic stones given by the sect would not allow the disciples to save too much. Jiang Kuei was also a heavenly devil realm cultivator valued by the experts of the East Pole Devil Sect, but it was difficult for him to take out 100,000 medium-grade magic stones at once. In the East Pole Devil Sect, the more diligent the cultivator was in cultivation, the less magic stones they had. For disciples of the Devil Sect like Jiang Kuei and Fan Yu, if they wanted to have extra magic stones, they could only count on their masters to give them to them, or to make contributions to the sect to be rewarded. Jiang Kuei was an upright person and did not like to curry favor with the elders. The East Pole Devil Sect had not had any big things for him to do, and now that his master was in seclusion, 100,000 medium-grade magic stones was really difficult for him. "You have 100,000 medium-grade magic stones?" Jiang Kuei asked, obviously not believing it. Even though Fong Yu had always been slick in social relations, and was deeply loved by his master and knew how to please the elders of the sect, it was not easy to save 100,000 medium-grade magic stones. I dare to bet with you, so naturally I have them, Fong Yu said confidently. I don't believe it. Take it out and show it to everyone, Jiang Kuei said. Okay. Fong Yu did not hesitate. He immediately took out a storage bag and unlocked the restriction on the bag. Everyone's consciousness sank into their storage pouches. They all sucked in a cold breath because their consciousness was filled with shining, mid-grade devil stones. There were at least 100,000 of them. Jiang Kuei's face suddenly became gloomy. He had never been willing to admit defeat in front of Fong Yu. Today, at least, he would lose to him in terms of wealth. Haha, you have so many magic stones, but I don't. Let's change the bet. Jiang Kuei's face suddenly changed, and he said with a laugh, what else can I bet besides magic stones? If I bet my life, the sect won't allow me to bet. If I bet on magic weapons, you don't have any magic weapons that are suitable for me. Let's bet 100,000 medium-grade magic stones. With Senior John's connections in the sect, you can't even get 100,000 magic stones, can't you? Fong Yu shook his head and said, Jiang Kuei. When Jiang Kuei heard Fong Yu's suggestion, he couldn't help but raise his head and look around. But at this time, his fellow disciples, who were usually his brothers, had all shifted their gazes away from him. Some of them even took half a step back. Jiang. Jiang Kuei looked at Shaolin Yu doubtfully and replied, I only have 20,000 medium-grade magic stones. I'm short of 80,000. Fong Yu knows that I don't have that many magic stones, but he still wants to bet with me. He's deliberately making me embarrassed. Ha! If you didn't say those big words just now, you can ignore him now and wait for the battle to start. But if you turn around now, I'm afraid you'll be looked down upon in the future. I can lend you 80,000 medium-grade magic stones. Shaolin Yu smiled and said, How can I do that? Jiang Kuei subconsciously wanted to refuse. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. I have conditions. If you win the battle, you'll gain face and pay me back 80,000 medium-grade magic stones. If you lose, you'll owe me a favor. If you have a chance in the future, you'll do me a favor and return the favor. Will that do? Shaolin Yu continued to transmit his voice. Jiang Kuei hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, I'll do as you say. Fong Yu, I accept your bet. Don't worry, I'll definitely gather 100,000 medium-grade magic stones before the battle. All the disciples here can testify to that. Jiang Kuei then shouted loudly. What if you don't have enough when the time comes? Fong Yu asked relentlessly. Whatever you say. Jiang Kuei replied without hesitation. Shaolin Yu secretly shook her head. She felt that Jiang Kuei was too gullible. What if she was lying to him and he didn't have enough magic stones? Before the battle, if you don't have 100,000 medium-grade magic stones, you'll crawl under my crotch and bark 3 times like a dog. Fong Yu said with a smile. At least at the beginning, the initiative was in his hands. Jiang Kuei's eyes widened in anger and the corners of his mouth twitched. However, he controlled himself and did not fly into a rage on the spot. Instead, he said hatefully, Okay, I'll do as you say. However, I don't think 100,000 medium-grade magic stones is enough. Whoever loses will not only lose 100,000 medium-grade magic stones, but also have to crawl under the winner's crotch and bark 3 times like a dog. What do you think? Fong Yu smiled and nodded. This suggestion is to my liking. Senior brother Jiang, you've thought it through thoroughly. For a hot-blooded man of the devil path, losing a match and receiving that kind of punishment was definitely harder to accept than death. Fong Yu then swaggered off, followed by a group of disciples. Let's see how long you can be proud of yourself. Jiang Kuei stared at Fong Yu's back and said hatefully, Why are you so stubborn with him? When we get on the stage, just beat him until he cries for his parents, Shaolin Yu said. By the way, brother, do you really have 80,000 medium-gray magic stones? You can't fool me about this. Jiang Kuei retracted his gaze and asked anxiously. Not now. Shaolin Yu shook her head and said. Jiang Kuei became nervous. You'll have it in a few days. I wouldn't dare to joke about it. Xiaoling Yu smiled and said, "Come to the Imperial Beast Hall and find me in 5 or 6 days." After saying this, Xiaoling Yu took Wang Tai and Hao Ren back to the Imperial Beast Hall. Xiaoling Yu didn't have 80,000 medium-grade magic stones on him, but he could go to the Heavenly Bandits in the Demon Scorpion Valley to get them. After returning to the Imperial Beast Hall, Xiaoling Yu didn't hurry to go to the Demon Scorpion Valley. Instead, he took 4 hours to teach Wang Tai and Hao Ren. Just as he finished teaching them, Fan Yu came over with Miao Yin. "What are you doing here?" Wang Tai had a straightforward personality and was very clear about his likes and dislikes. He didn't have a good impression of these two people and asked bluntly. Wang Tai didn't have any enmity with these two, but he respected Xiaoling Yu, and Xiaoling Yu obviously didn't like these two, so he didn't like them either. His logic was simple and direct. Haha, we're here to congratulate the two of you. You've passed 2 rounds as early Earth demons. Your strength is really impressive. Fan Yu said with a smile. It's good that you're not here to make a bet. Xiaoling Yu said pointedly. Wrong. We're here to make a bet. Fan Yu shook his head and then said, in the next round, Miao Yin will fight against Hao Ren. I don't have many magic stones on me, so I'm not interested in betting with you. Don't try to provoke me. I won't fall for it. Hao Ren interrupted and directly refused. I told you, he definitely won't dare to bet. With his insignificant strength, he'll definitely leave the stage in less than 3 moves. How could he dare to bet with me? Miao Yin said disdainfully. I told you, I won't fall for it. You'd better save it. Just because you have a sharp tongue doesn't mean your fists are hard. Hao Ren said indifferently. Forget it. Since you don't dare to bet, let's go back. Miao Yin sighed. To be honest, he had seen Hao Ren's fight, and he wasn't sure if he could beat Hao Ren. If Fan Yu hadn't dragged him here today, he wouldn't have come to ask for a rebuff. The current Fan Yu probably wasn't afraid of Xiaoling Yu, but Miao Yin couldn't muster up the courage to see Xiaoling Yu again. That flying kick last time had left him with a lingering fear. Wait, Xiaoling Yu said and asked, what do you want to bet? Fan Yu originally wanted to give up. After all, there was nothing he could do if the other party didn't want to bet. But after hearing Xiaoling Yu's words, his eyes immediately lit up and he said, let's bet with magic stones again. Xiaoling Yu shook his head and said, we all work in the Imperial Beast Hall and only receive 1 low-grade magic stone every 10 years. It's not enough for cultivation, so how can we have extra magic stones to bet? How about this? Whoever loses will be responsible for taking care of all the cubs for 500 years. How about that? I think it's a good idea. Before Miao Yin could finish, Fan Yu agreed and dragged Miao Yin away. After Miao Yin and Fan Yu walked away, Hao Ren narrowed his eyes and said, they seem to be very confident. I guess there's some kind of trick in it. Even if there's no trick, they must be well prepared. For example, they've just learned some high-level magic or obtained some powerful magic weapon. Wang Tai nodded in agreement. It doesn't matter. If you lose, you lose. It's just taking care of the cubs for 500 years. In fact, we won't lose this bet. Xiaoling Yu said confidently. Why won't you lose? Wang Tai was a little confused. Hao Ren thought for a moment and suddenly understood. He said in a low voice, we don't have the final say on who will take care of the cubs and how long they will take care of them. It's up to the steward. If I lose, the steward may not approve of this bet. If I win, the steward will certainly let Miao Yin do the work. Although it's not a sure win, it's definitely not a loss. It's good that you understand, but you'd better prepare well and strive to defeat Miao Yin. After saying this, Xiaoling Yu asked Hao Ren and Wang Tai to feed the cubs together. 2 days later, they left the Eastern Demon Sect. To Xiaoling Yu's surprise, most of the bandits of the Heavenly Bandits were not in the Demon Scorpion Valley. According to the bandits who stayed behind, several of their leaders had taken the main force of the bandits to carry out a mission. It would take them at least 7 or 8 days to return. Xiaoling Yu immediately sent a message to Zhu Jin. Zhu Jin replied soon after, saying that he wouldn't be able to return to the Demon Scorpion Valley for a month. Chapter 249. Xiaoling Yu had asked Jiang Kuei to look for him at the Imperial Beast Hall in 5 or 6 days, but 3.5 days had already passed. Xiaoling Yu was unable to deliver the Devil Stones to Jiang Kuei within the time limit he had promised. He did not want to break his promise, so after asking for the location of the Heavenly Bandits, he rushed there at full speed. Fortunately, there was a 20-day gap between the 2 rounds of the competition. As long as he could make it back before the competition began, it would not be too late. 3 days after leaving the demonic Scorpion Valley, Xiaoling Yu was less than a day's journey away from the Heavenly Bandits' location. However, he caught up with a group of bandits who were also moving at full speed. This group of bandits was moving in the same direction as Xiaoling Yu. It seemed like they were also rushing towards the Heavenly Bandits' location. Even if they were not going for the Heavenly Bandits, they would still have to pass by the Heavenly Bandits' temporary hiding place. There were about 150 bandits in this group of bandits. One of them was a Devil Lord in the advanced stage, 2 Devil Lords in the intermediate stage, and 5 Devil Lords in the beginner stage. With such strength, they could be considered a very strong group of bandits. If the Heavenly Bandits did not have the true demon stage experts, they would probably be defeated. For such a strong group of bandits to be moving at full speed without making a sound, they must have a more important mission to carry out. Although Xiaoling Yu had no intention of interacting with this group of bandits, he still slowed down slightly and quietly followed behind them. As his cultivation level was higher, the bandits naturally could not detect his presence. The Heavenly Bandits' current location was at the edge of a mountain range called the Chudang Mountain. It was said that they had joined forces with 2 other strong groups of bandits. Xiaoling Yu had sent a message to ask. The group of bandits he was following was not one of the 2 groups that were working with the Heavenly Bandits. As for why this group of bandits had come, Zhu Jin did not know. Of course, with Xiaoling Yu's reminder, Zhu Jin and the other leaders of the Heavenly Bandits would also make preparations to avoid being ambushed. Just as the bandit group was about to approach Chudang Mountain, they suddenly stopped and found a small forest to hide, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Xiaoling Yu felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Of all the places this bandit group could have stopped, they just had to stop less than 500 kilometers away from the Heaven-Smiting bandit group. He reckoned that there was something fishy going on here, so he stopped as well. He then used his consciousness to cover the small forest. Among the hundreds of people on the other side, there were no true demon stage existences. Naturally, no one was able to discover Xiaoling Yu's spying. At this time, under a big tree, several bandit leaders at the Devil King stage gathered together, all of them silent. After a long while, the Devil King late-stage bandit leader took out a communication pearl, and then said with a smile, "They're already in position and will soon meet up with the Heavenly Bandits. They asked us to attack together in 2 hours and destroy this group of guys who have been extremely arrogant recently." Haha, Heavenly Bandits? Their strength is average, but their tone is not small. A Devil King late-stage bandit laughed. They have indeed been a little too arrogant recently. They actually intend to annex us. They are really tired of living. A bandit leader echoed. It is said that there are true demon stage experts in the Heavenly Bandits. We should not underestimate them too much. A Devil King late-stage bandit said calmly. Whether or not the Heaven-Smiting bandit group truly has a true demon stage expert is another matter. However, even if they do, they will still be unable to escape this calamity. In order to be safe, the Meng family has sent 2 true demon stage experts over to help. In addition to our 3 bandit groups, the Heaven-Smiting bandit group will definitely be removed from the list of bandit groups forever. After the late-stage Devil King bandit leader replied to the message, he spoke with confidence. Hearing this, Xiaoling Yu already understood a little and immediately sent a message to Zhu Jin. Then, with a flash, he turned into a silver light, rushed straight into the small forest, and landed under the big tree. When the silver light flew over, several bandit leaders were already vigilant, but before they could react, there was already one more person beside them. It could be seen that the strength of the person who came was far beyond them, so although they suddenly stood up with a solemn face, they did not dare to move. "I wonder what senior has come to visit us. What can we do for you?" The Devil King late-stage bandit cupped his fist respectfully and asked. "It's not a big deal. I just want to discuss a deal with you." Xiaoling Yu said with a smile with his hands behind his back. What kind of deal? Please speak frankly, Senior. We will definitely cooperate. The Devil King late-stage bandit seemed to be straightforward. I want you to follow me in the future. What do you think? Xiaoling Yu said calmly. The bandit leaders were all stunned, and then the Devil King late-stage bandit leader cupped his fist and said, Junior doesn't understand Senior's meaning. What I said is very profound, but did you not hear it clearly? What I mean is, you will recognize me as your boss in the future and listen to my orders. Of course, I will also take care of you. It's that simple, Xiaoling Yu said impatiently. I understand Senior's meaning. Senior wants to recruit us, but we are just bandits with low status. It's useless for Senior to recruit us. The bandit leader responded. Listening to your words, you want to refuse? Xiaoling Yu said unhappily. Senior, please don't misunderstand. We just want Senior to reconsider. The bandit leader hurriedly explained. There's no need to reconsider. I've already made up my mind. If you're willing to submit to me, you will naturally receive many benefits. If you're not willing, you might not know, but I hate being rejected the most. Xiaoling Yu's threat was very obvious. The bandit leaders pondered at the same time, and their expressions were very complicated. It was obvious that the newcomer should be a true demon expert. In terms of strength, he was definitely not weak and was enough to be their boss. However, they did not know the newcomer, so how could they rashly submit and entrust their lives to him? However, if they did not agree and the other party really attacked, although they had the advantage in numbers, they might not be able to win. Even if they could beat this person away, they would probably suffer heavy losses. My patience is limited. After waiting for a while, the other party did not give a response. Xiaoling Yu's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. The aura on his body began to gather, and a violent wind suddenly raged around him. If he wanted to subdue these bandit leaders, it was definitely impossible to not show some strength. Under the oppression of Xiaoling Yu's aura, the bandit leaders felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on their shoulders. The aura in their body gradually became chaotic, but their bodies were unable to move. Originally, the bandit leaders wanted to try to resist and see if they could beat the other party away, but now they all gave up this idea, because the other party could make them unable to move with just his aura. If they really fought, they were afraid that they would all die here. Senior, please calm down. We are willing to follow Senior from now on. We will follow Senior's orders without any hesitation. The bandit leader shouted. Make an oath. Xiaoling Yu said with a light expression. Hearing that they still had to make an oath, the bandit leaders' faces changed again, but in the end, they could only helplessly make a sole oath of allegiance. Originally, they wanted to perfunctorily wait for the Meng family's true demon expert to arrive and then drive the other party away. It seemed that this plan was going to fail. Now I can tell you one thing. In fact, I am the leader of the Heavenly Bandits. After the bandit leaders finished making the oath, Xiaoling Yu restrained his aura and said with a smile. Hearing this, the bandit leaders' faces became more complicated, but they all remained silent. Now, tell me about your plan to deal with the Heavenly Bandits. Xiaoling Yu casually found a place to sit down and then listened. 2 hours quickly passed. Xiaoling Yu let the bandit group go to Chudang Mountain according to the original plan, while he himself hid among the ordinary bandits. Only half an hour later, the bandit group had just arrived at the mouth of a mountain stream when they suddenly heard earth-shattering fighting sounds erupting in the mountain stream. According to the original plan, the bandit group didn't need to participate in the battle. They only needed to block the mountain stream exit, and the other two bandit groups were responsible for fighting the heavenly bandits in the depths of the mountain stream. In this way, the main force of the heavenly bandits could be wiped out in one fell swoop. The strength of the two bandit groups had already far surpassed the heaven-smiting bandit group. Coupled with the two true demon stage experts they had invited from the Meng family, no matter how united the heaven-smiting bandit group was or how strong their fighting strength was, they would still be completely annihilated. However, this group of bandits just happened to run into Xiaoling Yu while they were on their way. Their plan was doomed to fail. The three bandit groups had already agreed that as long as the bandit group accepted by Xiao Lingyu blocked the exit, it would be the time for them to act. However, as soon as the two bandit groups inside made their move, the heaven-smiting bandit group calmly charged towards the exit of the mountain stream. The two bandit groups also followed behind them at a moderate pace. However, what surprised them was that the cultivators of the heaven-smiting bandit group actually managed to exit the mountain stream very smoothly. There were clearly many experts blocking the mountain stream exit, so how could the people of the heavenly bandits get out so easily? The two bandit groups were very surprised, but they also rushed out, ready to give chase. But as soon as they got close to the exit, they were hit by countless streams of light. Before they could understand what was going on, they had already lost nearly 100 bandits. "Galpung, come out for me. What the hell is going on?" In the mountain stream, a bandit leader shouted angrily. Galpung was the bandit leader with late Demon King cultivation outside the mountain stream. When he heard this, he directly ignored it and continued to command his subordinates to cooperate with the cultivators of the heavenly bandits to attack the bandits inside the mountain stream. The first master is really amazing. He actually invited so many experts to help. Amid Demon King leader of the heavenly bandits praised, there were some things he still didn't understand. The other party seems to have invited a true demon expert, Song Ju said calmly. He already knew that Xiao Lingyu would come, so even if the situation just now was critical, he wasn't worried. Chapter 250. The two bandit groups were completely blocked in the mountain stream. The other party was unprepared for this, so they were naturally in a mess. Zhu Jin didn't give the other party too much time to react. He commanded the heavenly bandits and Gao Peng's bandit group to keep pressing into the mountain stream. Both sides were composed of two bandit groups. Their strength was actually equal, but the other party was terrified because of the chaos of the plan, and their combat strength had dropped too much. The heavenly bandits and Gao Peng's bandit group had the initiative. They understood everything, and the more they fought, the braver they became. In this way, the other party could not organize an effective counterattack, nor could they stabilize their footing. Sooner or later, they would be defeated. Under such circumstances, the two Meng family's true demon experts they invited naturally could no longer sit by and watch, and they showed up one after another. Without waiting for the two Meng family's true demon cultivators to show their power, Xiao Lingyu and Song Ju greeted them, and also released true demon-level aura fluctuations. What surprised Xiao Lingyu and Song Ju was that after the two true demon cultivators of the Meng family saw the two of them, they didn't even fight and wanted to escape. After all, the two people of the Meng family were invited, and they only had a relationship of interest with the two bandit groups. For some benefits, they would not fight desperately in this situation where they were not completely confident. If the two of them didn't have the identity of the Meng family, Xiao Lingyu might be able to let them go. That way, he could also quickly end the battle with Song Ju and reduce the losses of the heavenly bandits. With a flap of the silver wings on his back, Xiao Lingyu's body rushed out and blocked in front of a Meng family cultivator, while Song Ju blocked the other person. The Meng family cultivator blocked by Xiao Lingyu had the cultivation base of the true demon intermediate stage, while the Meng family cultivator facing Song Ju was only at the early stage of the true demon. The two of us are from the Meng family of Minjing City. Today, we just came to take a look and have no intention of being enemies with the two of you. I hope the two of you can let us go. Just treat it as giving face to our Meng family. The Meng family cultivator, stopped by Xiao Lingyu, cupped his fists and said, "No matter which family you are from, since you're already here, then there is no need to leave." Xiao Lingyu sneered and immediately attacked. In a flash, she charged towards her opponent. Song Ju also immediately launched an attack on his opponent. The four true demon experts fought fiercely in the air above a mountain stream in Chudang Mountain. Xiao Lingyu did not make any big moves. Although she made the first move, she remained on the defensive and allowed her opponent to attack her continuously. Unfortunately, even though Xiao Lingyu had let the other party know that they could not escape, the other party had no intention of giving up. Instead, they attacked even more ferociously. The reason why Xiao Lingyu hadn't used much strength was because he wanted to familiarize himself with his opponent's divine ability before thinking of a way to capture him alive. After watching for a while, Xiao Lingyu also had a plan. Although this Meng family cultivator was in the middle stage of the true demon realm, he should have just broken through not long ago. It was difficult for him to fully display the strength of the middle stage of the true demon realm. Moreover, the other party did not have any powerful divine abilities or spells. It was estimated that his status in the Meng family was not very high. Last time, Xiao Lingyu learned that the Meng family of Minjing City had been passed down for countless years. They had many clansmen and many experts. They could be said to be the overlord of the cultivation world near Minjing City. Even the entire Blood Moon continent, they were a second-rate existence. Third-rate sects like the Eastern Demon Sect could not be compared to them at all. Thus, the Meng family naturally did not lack true demon disciples and would not care too much about a true demon disciple. The Meng family had been operating in Minjing City for many years and also had special privileges. They must be very rich economically. The elite disciples of the Meng family did not need to come out to earn demon stones. These two people came out because their status in the Meng family was not high. After some calculations, Xiao Lingyu felt that it was still difficult to capture this Meng family cultivator in the middle stage of the true demon realm, but he had to try. He began to accelerate his counterattack. He did not need to rely on magic weapons. His body was comparable to any high-grade demon treasure. With just a few punches and kicks, the Meng family cultivator was already defeated. When Xiao Lingyu blasted the other party away, without waiting for the other party to react, 6 demon-suppressing immortal pearls flew out together, wanting to seal the other party. But before the 6 demon-suppressing immortal pearls formed an encirclement, the Meng family cultivator who had already realized the danger turned into a black dragon. With a dragon tail, he swept away one of the demon-suppressing immortal pearls and then escaped far away. The next moment, Xiao Lingyu flashed again to block the other party's way. Knowing that he could not escape, the black dragon transformed by the Meng family cultivator exploded without any warning. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion surged in all directions of the mountain stream. The cliffs on both sides of the mountain stream suddenly cracked like glass. The self-destruction of a middle-stage true demon expert was very powerful. Fortunately, the center of the self-destruction was a little far from the battlefield below. The loss of the 4 bandit groups was not great, but almost all the bandits were scared out of their wits and did not dare to move again. Xiao Lingyu quickly recovered, and then, with a thought, the 6 demon-suppressing immortal pearls surrounded the Meng family cultivator in the early stage of the true demon realm. This time, the demon-suppressing immortal pearls easily surrounded the target, and then cast a sacred light curtain to seal the other party. "You go and end the battle below," Xiao Lingyu told Songju. In fact, Xiao Lingyu did not intend to kill the 2 Meng family cultivators. He just wanted to capture them alive, torture them, and then erase their memories. This way, he could get useful information while avoiding offending the Meng family. Unexpectedly, for some unknown reason, the Meng family cultivator chose to self-destruct, which made Xiao Lingyu somewhat depressed. With Songju's participation in the battle below, the outcome was quickly decided. When the 2 bandit groups saw that one of the 2 true demon experts they had invited was dead and the other was captured alive, they naturally didn't dare to resist. Songju had just killed a mid-stage Devil King bandit leader when all the other bandits were captured without putting up a fight. Then, Xiao Lingyu sealed the cultivation of the Meng family cultivator in the early stage of the true demon realm. Then, together with the heavenly bandits, he escorted the captured bandits out of the mountain stream, and then stopped in a valley of Chudang Mountain. Although he was anxious to go back and deliver the devil stones to Jiang Kuei, it would be too late if he went back now. Xiao Lingyu did not mind wasting a little more time to settle things here. Those captured bandits, Xiao Lingyu naturally would not be cruel and reluctant to kill them. With a few words, they had no choice but to swear allegiance and become members of the Heavenly Bandits. After this battle, the strength of the Heavenly Bandits once again increased. There were 30 Demon King stage cultivators, and 2 of them were at the late stage of the Demon King stage, and the overall number had doubled. However, if the Heaven-Smiting Bandit group wanted to achieve even greater breakthroughs, they would need to recruit even more true devil experts. However, true devil experts were very hard to find, and even if they did, they might not be willing to become bandits. As for recruiting spirit demon experts, Xiaoling Yu would not consider it all. Even if someone was willing to come, they would certainly not be loyal to Xiaoling Yu. At that time, the Heavenly Bandits might have to change their surname. The matter of reorganizing the Heavenly Bandits naturally had to be put aside for the time being, and let Zhu Jin do it later. After letting those captured bandits swear an oath, Xiaoling Yu and Zhu Jin dug a simple cave house, and then set up a heavy restriction and began to torture the Meng family member at the early stage of the true demon realm. Xiaoling Yu did not have any questions. The one who had questions was Zhu Jin, and he was only responsible for standing guard. Helplessly, the Meng family member was also very stubborn. For many of Zhu Jin's questions, he did not answer at all, and he looked like he wanted to die. At this time, the Meng family member should have recognized Zhu Jin at this time, and recognized that Zhu Jin was the person their family wanted, so he did not say anything. Xiaoling Yu didn't have time to waste here. After asking a few more times, the other party did not speak, so he directly searched the other party's soul. Fortunately, the other party was only at the early stage of the true demon realm, which was similar to Xiaoling Yu in terms of realm, but the other party's cultivation was now imprisoned, and Xiaoling Yu had cast a spell on him several times. Naturally, he could not resist Xiaoling Yu's soul search. After the soul search, Xiaoling Yu felt a little disgusted, because this guy was really not a good thing. This guy once peeped on his sister taking a bath, and he also raped his sister, but he did not have the courage to touch other women. Even if it was a maid of the Meng family, he did not dare to touch. This guy bullied the weak and was afraid of the strong. He bullied whoever was pitiful and weak, but he was very respectful to some of the stronger slaves. Because this guy's father scolded him, he actually attacked his father and killed him. The Meng family member who self-destructed before was also not a good thing. Although he was not as bad as the captured one, he was almost the same kind of trash. After seeing this, Xiaoling Yu really felt that these 2 guys deserved to die, and at the same time his impression of the Meng family fell to the lowest point. The big families of the demon realm were the same as some big families in the secular world. They had all kinds of people. Through the soul search, Xiaoling Yu also had a deep understanding of the Meng family. Although he disdained the behavior of the Meng family, he was also shocked by the power and strength of the Meng family. As for the matter about Zhu Jin, this guy knew very little. It could be said that he didn't know anything. He only knew that Zhu Jin was the target of the Meng family, and he guessed that Zhu Jin should be the remnant of the Zhu family that was destroyed by the Meng family. Moreover, he had all the treasures of the Zhu family and the most precious thing of the Zhu family. After Xiaoling Yu explained the situation, Zhu Jin didn't explain anything. Xiaoling Yu naturally didn't ask much. He directly erased the soul of the Meng family member and then burned his body with the primal chaos true fire. After taking 100,000 medium-grade magic stones from Zhu Jin, Xiaoling Yu left the Chudang Mountain and went all the way to the East Pole Devil Sect at full speed. Xiaoling Yu left and came back half a month later. There were only 5 days left before the battle between Jiang Kuei and Feng Yu. The Imperial Beast Hall was still very quiet, but Wang Tai and Hao Run were very busy. Because Xiaoling Yu left, the cub still needed someone to take care of it. No one expected that Xiaoling Yu, who said that he would return in 3 to 5 days, would actually go out for half a month. Chapter 251. To Xiaoling Yu's surprise, on the second day after he returned to the Imperial Beast Hall, Jiang Kuei did not come to find him again. According to Hao Ren and Wang Tai, Jiang Kuei had come to the Imperial Beast Hall almost every day in the past few days. He did not come today, probably because he was desperate. At this time, Jiang Kuei must have regretted listening to Xiao Yu's words and agreeing to the bet. Now, no one knew where he went to borrow magic stones. Xiao Yu walked around the sect, but did not find Jiang Kuei. Later, he found out that Jiang Kuei had left the sect station yesterday. As for where he went, no one knew. Xiao Yu had to return to the Imperial Beast Hall and then gave Hao Run and Wang Tai a middle-rank magic tool each. Although the two of them did not have a close relationship with Xiao Yu did not want them to lose, especially in the match between Hao Run and Miao Yin. So, he took two middle-rank magic tools from the storage weapons of the two Meng family experts. For an early-stage Earth Demon cultivator, it was already very good to have a middle-grade magic tool. Even Miao Yin's best magic tool was only a low-grade magic tool, and Fan Yu only had a middle-grade magic tool. As for a high-rank magic tool, a true demon-stage cultivator generally had a good luck to have one. However, there were only 3 to 5 days before the match. In such a short time, it was questionable whether the two of them could complete the initial sacrificial refining of the two middle-rank magic tools. Even if they took them to the arena, they might not be able to play much of a role. A middle-rank magic tool was not a high-rank magic tool. As long as it recognized a master, even if it could only exert 10% of its power, it was still much more powerful than a low-rank magic tool. 3 to 5 days passed in a blink of an eye, and another round of the match was about to begin. What made Xiao Yu frown was that Jiang Kuei had not returned at this time. However, the match between Miao Yin and Hao Run was about to begin, so Xiao Yu did not think too much. Miao Yin was a mid-earth demon and had ascended more than 5,000 years ago, while Hao Run was an early earth demon who had ascended less than 100 years ago. Under normal circumstances, Miao Yin should have won. It was just that Hao Ren's performance in the previous battle was very eye-catching. There was a precedent of him defeating a Middle-earth demon. Therefore, many of the Eastern Demon Sect's disciples were not sure what the result of this battle would be. However, before entering the arena, Hao Run had already completed the initial refinement of a middle-grade magic weapon. Coupled with his trump card, Xiao Yu felt that Hao Run should be able to win, provided that Miao Yin did not have any tricks up his sleeves or a middle-grade magic weapon that he had refined for many years. Miao Yin was the first to make his move. He spread open his arms, and 10 snake-like black light ribbons shot towards Hao Run. Hao Run did not show any signs of weakness. His 10 fingers quickly formed a seal, and a black shield appeared in front of him. The 10 black light ribbons were quite powerful. It only took a moment for them to smash the black shield into pieces. Although their power had weakened a lot, they still bound Hao Ren's whole body. Miao Yin should have known that there would be such an effect. As soon as the shield was smashed, he took advantage of the situation and slashed his palm towards Hao Ren's head. Hao Ren's aura surged, and spikes of magic power flew around his body. In a few moments, the rope-like light ribbons were all smashed into pieces. Hao Run regained his freedom. Before he could cast any other spells, he saw a large palm composed entirely of pure magic power slamming towards his chest. Hao Run shouted and pushed his fist forward at the same time. His power gushed out like a flood, forming a magic fist. After a loud boom, a shockwave of aura swept through the entire fighting arena. Under the impact of this force, Hao Run could not stand still and involuntarily took a few steps back before he could completely disperse the force. Miao Yin, on the other hand, did not move a single step. A round of probing attacks was completed in 2 breaths. Hao Run was obviously at a disadvantage. In this competition of spells and skills, Hao Run was not as good as Miao Yin. However, Xiao Yu's expression was still very calm. She was very satisfied with Hao Ren's performance. If it were any other early Earth Demon cultivator on the stage, they would have been defeated directly by Miao Yan's 3 axes. Hao Ren did not show the slightest sign of defeat. With a gloomy expression, he just assumed a defensive posture and did not have the slightest intention of taking the initiative to attack. Miao Yin knew that Hao Run was not easy to deal with. He also knew that Hao Run had a big move, and if that big move was suddenly launched, even he may not be able to block it. So after testing, he did not continue to circle around to look for an opportunity. Instead, he opened his mouth and spat out a black light. The black light was very spiritual. After blurting out, it hovered above Miao Yan's head and finally manifested into a ruler-shaped magic weapon. When Miao Yan sensed that the ink-black ruler only had the aura of a low-grade magic tool, he was slightly relieved. However, he did not summon any magic treasure. He only took out a magic talisman and stuck it on his body. The magic talisman was not a low-grade item. At this time, the runes on it were constantly flowing, and the momentum on Hao Ren's body began to rise again. It was not that Hao Ren did not want to use magic weapons, but he did not have any good magic weapons at all. He ascended from the cultivation world with a cultivation base of the late Deshang stage. Although there was no shortage of magic weapons in the cultivation world, most of them were in the hands of those powerful loose demons. Very few of them fell into the hands of the Deshang stage cultivators. Now the situation had not reached a critical moment, and Hao Ren did not want to take out the middle-grade magic weapon that Shaolin Yu gave him too early. After all, the middle-grade magic weapon was a good thing, and it was best not to use it. After all, Hao Ren still had a trump card that he had not used. However, Shaolin Yu frowned when he saw this. He had seen that Miao Yan had already planned to use all his strength to determine the winner with one move. Taking out the low-grade magic ruler was just the beginning. Once Miao Yan began to attack, the result of this battle would be 80%. However, Hao Ren did not pay attention to it, thinking that the other party simply wanted to compete with him with magic weapons. After the black ruler hovered above his head for a moment, Miao Yan pointed forward with one arm, and it whistled out, rushing towards Hao Ren while constantly shaking its body. Every time it trembled, a similar ruler would appear around the black ruler. After a moment, there were a total of 8 rulers in front of Hao Ren, and they suddenly flew out, attacking from all directions at the same time. While the 8 rulers besieged Hao Ren at the same time, Miao Yan did not stop. He opened his mouth and spat out a black light, and a sledgehammer-shaped magic weapon emerged. Middle-grade magic weapon. The spectating cultivators exclaimed at the same time, because everyone could see that the sledgehammer was actually a middle-grade magic weapon. How does he have a middle-grade magic weapon? Shaolin Yu's heart sank. Hao Ren's cultivation base was inferior to Miao Yan's. If Miao Yan only had a low-grade magic artifact, Hao Ren would have a higher chance of winning. However, Miao Yan had an additional mid-grade magic artifact. If Hao Ren relied on his own strength, he would have no chance of winning. Although Hao Ren also had a middle-grade magic weapon, he had not completely refined it and could only use 10 to 20% of its power. When he saw that Miao Yan was constantly pouring his power into the sledgehammer, but the sledgehammer was constantly trembling, Shaolin Yu was slightly relieved. It turned out that Miao Yan had not obtained the sledgehammer for long, and also had not completely refined it. Even using the sledgehammer to fight seemed a little difficult. Shaolin Yu glanced around again and saw Feng Yu, who was sitting not far away and watching the battle with a sinister smile on his face. He could guess that the middle-grade magic weapon was loaned to Miao Yan by this guy. Shaolin Yu's gaze shifted back to the battle arena, and he was suddenly very puzzled. The middle-grade magic weapon was very useful to Feng Yu, and he was about to face a battle that he could not lose. Why would he lend his magic weapon at such a crucial time? Even if Miao Yan immediately returned the magic weapon after the battle, how could Feng Yu refine the middle-grade magic weapon in such a short time? Unless he has a stronger magic weapon or fighting technique, or he is certain that Jiang Ke will not fight with him on the stage. Shaolin Yu thought with narrowed eyes. While Shaolin Yu was pondering this, the black ruler, which had turned into 8, was already flying towards Miao Yan. Hao Ren knew that his opponent had a low-grade magic weapon, and naturally, he was prepared. The wraith sign on his body suddenly exploded, and a torrent of demonic flames spewed out from his body, stopping the 8 black rulers less than 3 feet away from his body. Another light shout came from the billowing demonic flames, and in a flash, Hao Ren escaped the encirclement of the 8 black rulers, and the demonic flames on his body all disappeared. Howren did not have the slightest change, and there was another wraith sign on his chest. The sledgehammer was still hovering above Miao Yan's head, and it was still trembling, as if it could not be activated. Miao Yan was still trying. Although his power was greatly depleted, and although beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead, he was still trying to make the middle-grade magic weapon work. The sledgehammer was so difficult to activate, not because there was a problem with it, but because its quality was too high. After all, it was only a middle-grade magic weapon. No matter how high the quality was, and even if Miao Yan's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the Earth Demon realm, as long as Miao Yan could use it, he would not have to work so hard. It was most likely that there was a problem with the sledgehammer itself, so it resisted Miao Yan's control. Could it be that Feng Yu did not remove the master's relationship with the sledgehammer, and only used some secret method to let Miao Yan use it? Xiaoling Yu suddenly thought of a possibility, and the corners of her mouth could not help but reveal a playful smile. Feng Yu was not a generous person, so how could he give Miao Yan a middle-grade magic weapon just because of a competition? Miao Yan was just a dog to Feng Yu, but Miao Yan himself may not be able to understand this. Howren was also a smart person, and he quickly judged Miao Yan's state, but he was more or less a little timid. Miao Yan's confidence before the competition made him a little uncertain. Otherwise, he would have immediately launched a counterattack after rushing out, not giving Miao Yan a chance to continue preparing. Chapter 252. After the sledgehammer was launched, Miao Yan's face turned pale and his body swayed a few times. He was obviously very weak. Miao Yan wanted to finish the battle in one fell swoop. He wanted to use the power of the mid-grade demonic weapon to defeat Miao Yan in one fell swoop. This was the decision Miao Yan and Feng Yu had come to after discussing it. In their opinion, this was absolutely foolproof. They knew that Hao Ren's trump card was an offensive method. If it didn't have strong defensive power, it would be impossible to block the attack of a mid-rank magic weapon. The demonic shadow that appeared behind Hao Ren was actually his trump card. When he was in the cultivation world, he relied on this trump card to ascend to the demonic realm. Therefore, he was very proficient in using this trump card. However, when the opponent's mid-grade demonic weapon smashed down, Hao Ren was a little flustered at first. Then, a determined look appeared on his face. Hao Ren did not use his trump card to block the sledgehammer. Instead, he threw it out. The demonic shadow flew out from behind Hao Ren like a flying yiksha and pounced in front of Miao Yan in an instant. He's crazy. The disciples of the demonic sect who were watching the battle all exclaimed. Anyone could see that if Hao Ren used the demonic shadow to block the sledgehammer, although he would be injured and defeated, it would not be a big deal and his life would not be in danger. If the demonic shadow went out to attack, although it could counterattack, and there was a greater possibility that it could knock Miao Yan off the stage, it was more likely that he would die under the sledgehammer. Ordinary cultivators would definitely not choose to risk their lives to knock the opponent off the stage. Xiaoling Yu was also a little surprised by Hao Ren's choice. However, he soon understood Hao Ren's intention. Hao Ren knew that he would definitely not die under the sledgehammer, because in addition to the demonic shadow, he still had a trump card, which was the mid-grade demonic weapon that Xiaoling Yu had given him. Just as the demonic shadow flew out and the sledgehammer was more than 2 feet away from his head, Hao Ren suddenly looked up and a black light flew out from his mouth. In an instant, it turned into a magic weapon that looked like a tortoise shell. When the sledgehammer hit the tortoise shell, the demonic shadow pounced on Miao Yan, who was not in a good state. The demonic shadow's speed was extremely fast, and it was locked onto Miao Yan. The arena was only so big, and Miao Yan's cultivation was weak, so he naturally couldn't dodge it. With a loud bang, the demonic energy in the arena where Miao Yan and Hao Ren were located was wreaking havoc, making it impossible for everyone to see what was going on inside. Although the tortoise shell-shaped defensive magic tool was given to Hao Ren by Xiaoling Yu, he did not know much about the defensive power of the magic tool, so he could not instantly judge the situation in the arena. He could not help but worry for Hao Run. After a few moments, the demon chi in the field was completely withdrawn, and the scene gradually became clear. To everyone's surprise, although Miao Yin had been knocked off the stage by the demonic shadow, Hao Run was still lying on the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. As for the tortoise-shell-like defensive magic weapon and Miao Yan's sledgehammer, they lay quietly beside Hao Run at this time. Their color was dim and their power was gone. That guy's dead. What he used just now seems to be a middle-grade magic weapon. I didn't expect that both of them, who are only in the Earth Demon realm, would have middle-grade magic weapons. I'm already in the mid-stage of the Heavenly Demon realm, and I'm still using a low-grade magic weapon. If Hao Run is dead, this battle should be considered Miao Yan's victory. While everyone was discussing, Miao Yan struggled to stand up. He first looked nervously at the arena. When he saw Hao Run lying motionless, he laughed loudly and shouted as if he had gone crazy. Haha, even if you have a middle-grade magic weapon, you're still no match for me. However, just as Miao Yan finished shouting, his smile froze on his face. In the arena, Hao Run, who was lying on the ground, suddenly sat up with his hands on the ground, and then stood up shakily. After standing for 2 breaths, Hao Run fell to the ground with a plop. Miao Yan hurriedly ran to the stage, wanting to see if Hao Run was really dead this time. What made Miao Yan depressed was that Hao Run was not dead, nor was he unconscious, and his eyes were still open. When Hao Run saw Miao Yan, he grinned and said, "Don't open your eyes so wide. I'm not dead yet." The corner of Miao Yan's mouth twitched a few times, and he snorted and said, "You're not dead, but you're still pretending to be dead. You must be seriously injured, right?" When Hao Run heard this, he immediately jumped up and patted the dust off his body and said in a seemingly relaxed manner, "It's too tiring to stand, so I want to lie down for a while. Don't misunderstand." Seeing this, Xiaoling Yu on the stage let out a long sigh and glanced at Feng Yu, who was not far away. Feng Yu's face was ashen at this time, and his body was trembling with anger. He was very puzzled that Hao Run, who had just ascended less than 100 years ago and had recently advanced to the early stage of Earth Demon, had a middle-grade magic weapon. What made Feng Yu even angrier was that Miao Yan, who also had a middle-grade magic weapon, was clearly 1 level higher in realm, but he could not defeat his opponent, and the opponent was still standing on the stage. After a cold snort, Feng Yu stood up from his seat and walked to the side angrily. Hao Run put the tortoise-shell-like magic weapon into his body and said to Miao Yan, "In the next 500 years, I'll have to trouble Brother Miao to take care of those cubs, huh?" When the referee announced that the winner was Hao Run walked down the stage slowly and slowly came to Xiaoling Yu. Xiaoling Yu was just about to congratulate him, but Hao Run had already rolled his eyes and fell into Xiaoling Yu's arms. This boy can really pretend. Xiaoling Yu caught Hao Run, then took out a medicinal pill and fed it to Hao Run. He then poured his power into Hao Run's body to help Hao Run dissolve the medicinal effect. Hao Run was seriously injured, and his muscles and bones were severely broken. Fortunately, his dantian was not too shaken, and although the demon infant was a little dispirited, it was not a big problem. What Xiaoling Yu fed Hao Run just now was a middle-grade magic pill, which was enough to heal him. Wang Tai's battle and Jiang Kuei's battle were carried out at the same time. However, Wang Tai had already entered the stage, while Jiang Kuei had yet to appear. Wang Tai's opponent was a late-stage Earth Demon cultivator who showed faint signs of breaking through to the Heavenly Demon stage. Xiaoling Yu had said before that if the opponent was too strong, Wang Tai shouldn't go all out and expose the fact that he had a middle-grade magic tool. After all, both Wang Tai and Hao Run were from the Imperial Beast Hall. If they used middle-grade magic tools in the battle, it would certainly arouse suspicion. Hao Run's amazing performance just now had aroused the suspicion of many experts of the Eastern Demon sect. Moreover, Hao Run was seriously injured. The honest and loyal Wang Tai naturally knew what to do at this time. He just put on an act and made a few gestures, then cupped his hands and admitted defeat. The gap between the two sides was quite big, so Wang Tai took the initiative to admit defeat. In everyone's eyes, it was a wise move, and no one doubted it. After Wang Tai left the stage, he took Haoren back to the Imperial Beast Hall. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, looked at Feng Yu's battle stage. According to the rules of the competition, a person who was late by 10 minutes would be regarded as admitting defeat. The referee was about to announce the result when Jiang Kuei appeared in front of the stage. He looked travel-worn and slightly distressed. "Senior brother Jiang, you've arrived so late. I thought you were prepared to give up and admit defeat." Feng Yu waited for Jiang Kuei to get on the stage and said with a smile, "Humph, don't worry. Jiang Kuei, haven't fallen to that point yet." Jiang Kuei patted the dust off his body and replied with a cold snort. "Senior brother Jiang, have you prepared enough magic stones?" Feng Yu asked with a smile. The corners of Jiang Kuei's mouth twitched as he replied, "I have enough magic stones, but I don't have enough magic stones for 100,000 pieces. I only have 60,000 pieces." "Haha, senior brother Jiang, our agreement is 100,000 middle-grade magic stones. Whoever can't come up with that amount will have to crawl under my crotch and bark 3 times like a dog." Now that senior brother Jiang hasn't gathered enough magic stones, shouldn't you honor this agreement before the competition? Feng Yu said with a big laugh. The gloominess from Yao Yan's loss had been swept away. At this moment, Jiang Kuei's originally stalwart body seemed to tremble a little. He was a man of his words, and he had never gone back on his word. It was absolutely impossible for such a man to not admit to his own words. All right, a real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Jiang Kuei, will definitely do what I say. Jiang Kuei was silent for a moment, and after a sound of agreement, he pretended to crawl down. At this moment, the entire audience was staring at the battle between Jiang Kuei and Feng Yu, because the news of this battle had been spreading like wildfire in the sect. "Wait!" A shout came from below the stage. Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a young cultivator slowly walking to the bottom of the stage. This young man was Xiao Yu. At this moment, his heart was filled with guilt. He had actually allowed a man of steel to crawl under someone else's crotch. Walking to the edge of the stage, Xiao Yu threw a storage pouch on the stage and said, "Now you have enough magic stones." After saying this, without giving the 2 people on the stage time to speak, Xiao Yu turned around and quickly returned to his seat in the audience. Jiang Kuei was a little surprised, and his thoughts became complicated. However, after thinking about it, he decided to put away the magic stones first. His demonic consciousness sank into the storage pouch and took a look. It was full of middle-grade magic stones, and there were at least 70,000 to 80,000 of them. Jiang Kuei's expression relaxed a lot. "Now I have enough magic stones." Jiang Kuei waved the 2 storage pouches in his hand and said to Miao Yin. Feng Yu glared at Xiao Yu with resentment and said in a low voice, "Then let's compete to see who's better." Seeing that the person he had been jealous of for many years was about to crawl under his crotch, but failed at the last moment, Feng Yu, who already hated Xiao Yu, naturally hated him even more. He couldn't wait to rush over and tear Xiao Yu into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. "That's exactly what I want." After Jiang Kuei responded, he retreated to the side and got into a fighting stance. Feng Yu and Jiang Kuei were both at the middle stage omen stage, but Jiang Kuei joined the sect earlier, and Jiang Kuei was at the peak of the middle stage omen stage. Feng Yu had just entered the middle stage omen stage, so Jiang Kuei had the upper hand in terms of realm and cultivation. Chapter 253. With the referee's order, the battle officially began. Almost all the Heavenly Demon Realm disciples of the East Pole Demon Sect knew that Feng Yu and Jiang Kuei were sworn enemies. Neither of them was willing to submit to the other. Even if they didn't fight openly or covertly, they would at least quarrel every time they met. After so many years, the hatred between Feng Yu and Jiang Kuei grew deeper and deeper. This sect competition was a good way to vent it. Usually, everyone quarreled but because of the sect's rules, no one dared to act rashly. However, this competition gave them a reasonable opportunity to fight head-on. Although killing of fellow sect members was not allowed in the battle arena, if one really got into a fight and was unable to stop himself from killing the other party in a split second, the sect would not hold the other party accountable too deeply, unless one purposely killed the other party when one already had the upper hand. However, the difference in strength between Feng Yu and Jiang Kuei was not big. It was difficult for one to kill the other, but one could not rule out the possibility of an accident. For example, in the battle between Miao Yin and Hao Ren just now, if Hao Ren had not used a middle-grade demonic weapon at the last moment, he would have lost his life in the arena. If it was in an immortal sect, there would have been an expert rushing to the arena just now to help Hao Ren block the attack of the sledgehammer and then announce Miao Yan's victory. They would not give Hao Ren a chance to take the risk. Demonic sects did not care much about the lives of their disciples, unless they were disciples with excellent aptitudes. Feng Yu did not intend to be polite. With a gloomy look, he waved his brocade sleeve, and countless black filaments flew out from under his wrist and rolled toward Jiang Kuei. Jiang Kuei growled, and a demonic saber suddenly appeared in his hand. He then swept it in front of him. Suddenly, a pure black saber light swept forward in a half-moon shape with incomparable power. The black filaments and the saber light collided in an instant, but they were bent by the saber light. "Open!" Feng Yu roared, and those thin threads suddenly became thicker. Like slender arrows, they pierced through the black blade light and split apart, then continued to move forward. Jiang Kuei's expression did not change when his saber aura was dealt with. He shook the devil saber in his hand, and saber shadows flew out at an extremely fast speed. However, a moment later, the saber shadows turned into ghosts and danced in the sky. The dancing, ghostly shadows circled in the air for a while before they all rushed towards the black arrows. Each ghostly shadow hugged an arrow and then suddenly exploded. The ghost shadow and the arrow perished together. Feng Yu and Jiang Kuei both stopped what they were doing and looked at each other with serious expressions. In this probing exchange, both sides were evenly matched. No one had the slightest advantage. Whether it was in terms of skill or the use of magic, the two were almost on par. They all knew that if they wanted to win in terms of skill or magic, not only would it take a long time, it would also be extremely unreliable. Other than strength and spells, they could only rely on their magic treasures and battle techniques. As for battle techniques, Jiang Kuei had been cultivating for a long time and had always had a fiery temper. Whether it was in the cultivation world or the devil realm, he had experienced far more battles than Feng Yu, who was good at scheming. The more battles he experienced, the stronger his battle techniques would naturally be. If it were not for his superb battle awareness, how could a cultivator with such a temper like Jiang Kuei's walk on the path of the devil path to this day? Feng Yu and Jiang Kuei were both very outstanding disciples of the Eastern Demon Sect in the Heavenly Demon Realm. The sect had provided both of them with a middle-grade demonic artifact, but it was only a middle-grade demonic artifact. As for a high-grade demonic artifact, even many true demon experts of the Eastern Demon Sect did not have one. However, the sect's configuration was one thing, but personal opportunities could not be underestimated. The East Pole Demon Sect did not even give him a low-grade demonic tool, but he still took out a middle-grade demonic tool in the fight. Feng Yu gave his middle-grade demonic tool to Miao Yan for the fight. After Miao Yan lost the fight, Feng Yu did not immediately take back the sledgehammer. Moreover, Feng Yu looked full of confidence, which gave Shaolin Yu reason to believe that Feng Yu might really have a more powerful magic treasure on him. After the two looked at each other for a few breaths on the stage, Jiang Kuei still stood in place, letting the other party make the first move. Under normal circumstances, the one who made the first move would have the upper hand, at least in the offensive aspect, especially when the gap in strength between the two sides was not big. Feng Yu was not polite. Countless Western lines flew out from his wrist again, but they did not fly straight at Jiang Kuei. Instead, they quickly flew around Jiang Kuei. Then, Fang Yu opened his mouth and spat out a black light, and his hands began to form seals. The black light flew and rose, and in a flash, it turned into a demonic tool in the shape of a pipe. The pipe turned upside down and spat out black demonic flames at Jiang Kuei. The pipe magic treasure was a mid-grade demonic tool. Before it spewed out the demonic flames, the numerous thin threads had already surrounded Jiang Kuei from all directions. When they were still a few feet away from Jiang Kuei, they had already formed a black cocoon. Jiang Kuei knew that the black cocoon was powerful, but no matter how he moved in the beginning, he could not get rid of the black lines. After all, the fighting arena was only so big, and it was difficult for a heavenly demon stage cultivator to fully display their strength. After the black cocoon formed, Jiang Kuei did not have much fear. The middle-grade demonic blade in his hand slashed out a few sharp blade lights, cutting cracks on the black cocoon. Unfortunately, those cracks closed in an instant, not giving Jiang Kuei a chance to rush out. The demonic flames from the pipe, with the help of Fang Yu's spell, could penetrate the black cocoon and fill the space inside the black cocoon in the blink of an eye. Surrounded by the demonic flames and attacked by black arrows from time to time, Jiang Kuei seemed to be in a passive position. However, Jiang Kuei knew Fang Yu very well, and naturally knew Fang Yu's methods. If Fang Yu used these methods on an ordinary middle stage, heavenly demon stage cultivator, it would be easy to win, or even directly kill the opponent. However, for Jiang Kuei, this level of attack was nothing. Jiang Kuei's aura rose to its peak. Just by relying on his aura and the protective light barrier, he was able to prevent the devil flames from getting close to him. The devil blade that he was constantly waving could also easily block the attacks of the black arrows. However, in this way, his consumption of energy seemed to be too fast. Jiang Kuei naturally would not let the other party trap him like this and consume his strength. He stabilized the situation and ensured that he would not have any problems in a short time. Then he took out a middle-grade demonic talisman and bombarded the black cocoon continuously. The black cocoon seemed tough, but it definitely could not withstand too many attacks from the middle-grade demonic stones. Jiang Kuei would inevitably rush out. If Fang Yu could defeat Jiang Kuei with these methods alone, then how could Jiang Kuei be presumptuous in front of him? In fact, Fang Yu did not have many methods left. If he could not defeat Jiang Kuei like this, he could only start to defend and let Jiang Kuei attack. Then, he would most likely lose. Since he dared to bet with Jiang Kuei and even lent a middle-grade demonic artifact to Jiang Kuei before the battle, Fang Yu was full of confidence. When the black cocoon was gradually unable to withstand and was on the verge of collapse, Fang Yu took out a demonic talisman that looked like a black brick. The demonic talisman had not been strengthened by Fang Yu's power yet, but its surface was already surging with mist, and there was a vague, invisible fluctuation flowing around. Demonic curse. Shaolin Yu narrowed his eyes for a moment and was shocked. Not only did the demonic talisman contain a very strong energy, enough to seriously injure any heavenly demon stage cultivator, but it also sealed a demonic curse. Not only would its power increase, but it would also have some strange effects. Such a demonic talisman was definitely not made by Fang Yu. Shaolin Yu guessed that it was made by Fang Yu's master, the woman surnamed Lu. The East Pole Demon Sex Battle Assembly did not stipulate that cultivators could not use the treasures given by their masters during the battle. However, Jiang Kuei's master had recently gone into seclusion. If Jiang Kuei were to suffer a loss, he could only blame his bad luck. The black cocoon was finally blasted open. Jiang Kuei had just rushed out when he felt a mighty, imposing aura descending from the sky. He subconsciously raised his demonic saber to block it. With a clang, Jiang Kuei's demonic saber and the smoking pipe fiercely collided. A huge force was transmitted from the smoking pipe to the demonic saber, and then from the demonic saber into Jiang Kuei's body. "Get out of my way!" Jiang Kuei shouted and attacked with all the strength in his body. The demonic saber in his hand trembled violently and bounced the smoking pipe away. Just as the smoking pipe flew into the sky, Fang Yu threw the demonic talisman in front of him at Jiang Kuei. Jiang Kuei had just used his strength to shake off a middle-rank demonic tool and had not yet stabilized his body. How could he dodge the attack of a demonic talisman? Not to mention, this demonic talisman's attack had been premeditated by the other party for a long time. Jiang Kuei also knew that if he rushed out, he would definitely be attacked by Fang Yu. As long as he blocked this round of attacks, Fang Yu would have no choice but to admit defeat. Therefore, he was not unprepared. Seeing that he could not dodge the demonic talisman, he simply did not try to dodge and directly brandished his demonic saber in front of him. The speed of the demonic talisman was very fast, and the area of the arena was not large. Therefore, it could not change its direction and fiercely collided with Jiang Kuei's demonic saber. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. Jiang Kuei first felt a sharp pain in the web between his thumb and forefinger, and then his body retreated. Jiang Kuei was also a person with rich fighting experience. While constantly retreating, he poured all of his power into his feet to quickly stand firm and not fall off the stage. However, just as Jiang Kuei steadied himself and was about to deal with Fang Yu, a strange wave of energy suddenly hit him in the face. Due to his lack of preparation, he thought that the power of the Wraith sign had already erupted. Caught off guard, the strange wave of energy had already entered his body. Xiaoling Yu knew that Jiang Kuei was defeated and thoroughly defeated, because from the beginning to the end, Fang Yu was the one attacking, and he did not launch a single counterattack that could threaten Fang Yu. It was not that Jiang Kuei did not have the ability, but Jiang Kuei was too careful and wanted to gain the upper hand after making the first move. Although the woman, surnamed Lu's attainments in demonic spells were not very good, her demonic spells were definitely not something that a heavenly demon stage cultivator could withstand. Even Xiaoling Yu almost fell for it, let alone Jiang Kuei. However, the woman surnamed Lu's demonic spells were integrated into the demonic talisman. Her means were also extraordinary. Jiang Kuei's demonic spell was not very powerful. It could only make his body stiff for a few breaths, but these few breaths were enough. Chapter 254. Jiang Kuei was defeated. Even though he had gathered enough devil stones to enter the arena, Jiang Kuei was still defeated in a real battle. When his body landed on the hard stone floor below the arena, Jiang Kuei's heart sank to the bottom. He had never imagined that he would lose to Fang Yu in a head-on battle. He had always thought that a petty person like Fang Yu only had the ability to flatter and curry favor with others. Such a pretty boy couldn't possibly be that strong. Jiang Kuei not only looked down on Fang Yu on the surface, but he also looked down on Fang Yu in his heart. His carelessness caused him to suffer a great loss. If he had attacked fiercely from the beginning and used all his strength to gain the upper hand and suppress Fang Yu, the result might not have been like this. Xiaoling Yu was also surprised. He originally thought that Fang Yu would have a magic treasure more powerful than a mid-grade devil tool. He didn't expect Fang Yu to defeat Jiang Kuei with a devil talisman. Yes, it was that Wraith talisman that defeated Jiang Kuei. When Jiang Kuei stood up again, he was very puzzled. That was clearly a Wraith talisman that contained vigorous energy. How could it have the effect of a Wraith talisman? Jiang Kuei didn't know much about devil talismans, so he didn't know that devil talismans could be fused with other magic arts. Fang Yu wins this round. A mid-grade devil king from the East Pole devil sect shouted loudly and stepped down from the arena. Fang Yu smiled proudly. He first cupped his hands to the surrounding audience and then said to Jiang Kuei, "Senior brother Jiang, thank you for letting me win." Jiang Kuei's face was ashen and his body trembled. However, he was defeated. After all, his opponent relied on a fair and square battle to defeat him in front of the eyes of countless fellow disciples. He had nothing to complain about. He said straightforwardly, "I lost. Here are 100,000 mid-grade devil stones. Take them." After saying this, Jiang Kuei threw a storage pouch onto the arena. Fang Yu stretched out his forearm and sucked the storage pouch into his palm. He scanned it with his mind and put it away with a smile. Then, Fang Yu said, apart from the fiend stones, I remember that senior brother Jiang added another bet. I wonder if senior brother Jiang still remembers? Of course, Jiang Kuei remembered the bet that he had added. Although he regretted it very much, there was nothing he could do. After all, there were many people present at that time, and he couldn't deny it. Of course, with Jiang Kuei's character, he wouldn't deny it. After Jiang Kuei's expression changed again and again, he leaped onto the stage and said, I admit defeat. I, Jiang Kuei, am not a man who goes back on his words. After saying that, Jiang Kuei crawled to the ground with a plop and crawled towards Fang Yu, who was only 10 feet away from him. Fang Yu's face was still filled with pride, but he also spread his legs, waiting for Jiang Kuei to crawl under his crotch, waiting to enjoy the humiliation of the person he hated the most. To Fang Yu, this was the happiest thing in life. For some reason, even though Shaolin Yu had already become indifferent to external affairs, when he saw Fang Yu's smug look, an extremely strong desire arose in his heart. That desire was to rush onto the stage and ruthlessly beat Fang Yu up until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, crying for his father and mother. However, Shaolin Yu didn't do that. This arena wasn't the Valley of the Imperial Beast Hall. There were many experts of the Eastern Devil sect here. If he dared to make a move, he would inevitably attract the attention of others. He didn't want to provoke endless troubles in the future just because of a momentary pleasure. However, Shaolin Yu suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring at him. He couldn't help but turn his head to look. He found that the woman surnamed Lu was looking at him with a sneer on her face. When their eyes met, the woman surnamed Lu quickly moved her gaze away. Why is she looking at me? Could it be that she thinks I'll make a move at this time? Shaolin Yu was suspicious at first, but then he sneered and thought, she thinks too simply of me. She thinks that if she helps Fang Yu defeat Jiang Kuei and humiliates Jiang Kuei, I won't be able to stop myself from making a move. Then the experts of the Easter Devil sect will surround and kill me. She doesn't dare to reveal my secrets, so she actually used other means. I seem to have underestimated her. Enough. Seeing that Jiang Kuei had crawled to less than 3 feet away from Fang Yu, a deep and dignified voice resounded in the arena. It was incomparably clear and entered the ears of all the cultivators present. Looking in the direction of the voice, a tall and sturdy old man with long black and white hair, wearing a loose black cloth robe, was already floating in the air. Greetings, Sect Master. All the cultivators of the Heavenly Devil, Devil King, and True Devil Realms stood up and bowed to the old man with a respectful expression. The person who came was actually the Sect Master of the Eastern Devil Sect. No wonder he dared to directly float in the air in the middle of the arena. No wonder he dared to speak so loudly. No wonder he could calmly accept the worship of the Eastern Devil Sect cultivators in the arena. Then, the Earth Devil Realm disciples who had never seen this person before all hurriedly stood up and bowed. Shaolin Yu also didn't want to be an exception. He stood up with everyone, but he didn't keep his head down all the time. Instead, he occasionally glanced up. The Sect Master of the Eastern Devil Sect looked like an old man in his 50s in the secular world. However, he didn't look old at all. Not only was his body standing straight like a javelin, there weren't any wrinkles on his face. However, the vicissitudes of life he had experienced over the years were very obvious. Since we're from the same sect, we should be like brothers. How can you humiliate us like this? The Sect Master said with a dignified face. Sect Master Ancestor, the two of us made a bet first. Fang Yu hesitated for a moment, but still braced himself and explained. Impudent. The Sect Master first shouted sternly and then said, you shouldn't have made this bet in the first place. If fellow disciples were to scheme against each other and hate each other like the two of you, then how could my East Pole Devil Sect develop and grow in the future? There's no need for external enemies to come and kill us. We'll destroy ourselves. Although Jiang Kuei was a man of his word, at this time, the Sect Master came out to stop him. Naturally, he wouldn't stubbornly seek humiliation. He humbly stood to the side and didn't say anything. But what? Do you still want to explain? Just as Fong Yu was about to speak, the sect master narrowed his eyes and interrupted. Whose disciple is this? Sect master ancestor. He's this disciple's disciple. The woman surnamed Lu stood up and respectfully replied. After seeing the woman surnamed Lu, the sect master of the Eastern Devil sect said meaningfully, no wonder his cultivation is superficial and his chi essence is impure. Since he's your disciple, take him back and properly discipline him. Disciple obeys. After saying that, the woman surnamed Lu entered the arena and flew out with Fong Yu. This woman, surnamed Lu, seems to have an extremely powerful background. Otherwise, the Devil Sect master wouldn't have let Fong Yu off so easily. After all, Fong Yu was suspected of contradicting him. Xiao Yu secretly speculated. Whose disciple is this? The sect master pointed at Jiang Kuei and asked. After a long time of silence, Jiang Kuei respectfully replied, Sect master ancestor, this disciple's master is currently in seclusion. In the future, remember, don't show off in everything. If you don't have complete confidence, don't make a bet. Fellow disciples must also get along well. After saying this, the sect leader flew to a corner of the arena and sat down on a seat. What made Xiao Yu slightly surprised was that the steward of the Hall of Records was also sitting next to the sect master. Moreover, when the sect master landed, that old man, surnamed Li, didn't respectfully stand up to greet him. Instead, his face was calm. This old man really isn't simple. Xiao Yu withdrew her gaze and walked out of the arena. She had no intention of staying to watch the fight. Just as Xiao Yu arrived at the entrance of the arena, Jiang Kuei caught up with her. Sorry, I came back late. Xiao Yu spoke first, but her footsteps didn't stop. It's the same whether you come back sooner or later. Jiang Kuei gloomily replied. Originally, he wanted to complain to Xiao Yu after winning the fight, but now that he lost, he wasn't in the mood to talk nonsense. Xiao Yu came back sooner or later, so it didn't matter much. After all, as long as Jiang Kuei wasn't prepared for Fong Yu's devil talisman, he would lose the fight. Fortunately, the sect master appeared in time. It doesn't matter if I lose some devil stones. Xiao Yu intermittently said. It's still the same. Although I didn't crawl under Fong Yu's crotch, in the imagination of many fellow disciples, I did it once. Jiang Kuei bitterly smiled. In that situation, many disciples of the Eastern Demon Sect couldn't help but imagine Jiang Kuei crawling under Fong Yu's crotch. Xiao Yu didn't know how to comfort Jiang Kuei, or perhaps she wasn't sure if Jiang Kuei needed to be comforted, so she just kept walking and didn't say anything. After the two walked together for a long time, Jiang Kuei said, I'll return your devil stones as soon as possible. Xiao Yu shook her head and said, Don't be in a hurry to return the devil stones. It's more important to summarize the experience of failure. Jiang Kuei was silent for a while, then said, Did you really just ascend? Xiao Yu's various actions were really suspicious. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that he could take out so many devil stones at once showed that he wasn't simple. Moreover, Xiao Yu had always been calm and collected, which made Jiang Kuei feel that there was something wrong. Hee, I can understand why others would be suspicious, but why would you be suspicious? Xiao Yu asked with a smile. That's true. I saw you walk out of there with my own eyes. You've just ascended, so there's no way you can fake it, but we've arrived at the Imperial Beast Hall. I'll go in and do something first. If you have enough devil stones, just come here and return them to me. If you don't have enough, you owe me a favor. Xiao Yu didn't wait for Jiang Kuei to finish his words, and immediately walked into the Imperial Beast Hall. He believed that with Jiang Kuei's temperament, he wouldn't go out and gossip. Jiang Kuei resentfully stood at the entrance of the Imperial Beast Hall, and then left on his own. Xiao Yu didn't go to watch the Eastern Demon Sect's battles after that. Although Hao Run won, he also gave up the following battles because of his injury. Although the head of the Imperial Beast Hall said that he didn't support gambling battles between fellow disciples, the old steward of the Imperial Beast Hall still ordered Miao Yin to honor the bet, and let Miao Yin be responsible for taking care of the cubs of the entire Imperial Beast Hall for the next 500 years. Although Miao Yin was dissatisfied, he couldn't go to the head of the Imperial Beast Hall to reason with him. He also didn't know where to go. If he went to other people, they wouldn't care about the Imperial Beast Hall. Chapter 255. After more than 4 months, the great competition held by the East Pole Demon Sect to select the best disciples finally came to an end. Hao Ren and Wang Tai failed to enter the top 10 of the Earth Demon realm. Although they performed well in the competition, they didn't receive any rewards. However, many Demon King Stage cultivators were willing to accept them as disciples. Because there were so many Demon King Stage cultivators willing to accept them as disciples, the old steward of the Imperial Beast Hall had a reason to refuse. In any case, the Hunchback wasn't afraid of offending Demon King Stage cultivators. Hao Ren and Wang Tai didn't want to become disciples of Demon King Stage cultivators because they could get excellent results in the next great competition and directly become disciples of true Demon Stage experts. As for the Heavenly Demon Realm competition, Fang Yu actually entered the top 3. Although he was only 3rd place, he was still qualified to enter the East Pole Demon Cave. Many Heavenly Demon Realm elite disciples separated from their original masters and were taken away by the sect's true Demon Stage experts. Only Fang Yu was left untouched. Among the several true Demon Stage experts of the East Pole Demon Sect, no one knew whether it was because they didn't fancy Fang Yu's aptitude or because they didn't dare to compete with Madame Lu for a disciple. In any case, Fang Yu, who entered the top 3, was still Madame Lu's disciple, which made him a little depressed. Although Madame Lu took good care of Fang Yu didn't want to live a life of constant consumption of yang essence. He didn't know how long he could persist. In Fang Yu's heart, he had long hoped to break off the master-disciple relationship with Madame Lu. Originally, this was an opportunity, but in the end, he found that this opportunity belonged to someone else and had nothing to do with him. However, Fang Yu could also guess that his master was certainly not simple. He was afraid that she had a deep background in the sect, so he felt a little better. More than a month after the great competition, the hunchback old man suddenly looked for Shaolin Yu with a puzzled face and said, "Just now, a message came from the sect saying that you should go to the East Pole Demon Palace." The East Extreme Devil Palace was the place where the sect master of the East Extreme Devil Sect would discuss matters with the experts of the sect. If the East Extreme Devil Sect was compared to a kingdom, then the East Extreme Devil Palace would be the throne room of the royal palace. Shaolin Yu had been in the East Pole Devil Sect for a period of time. Naturally, he knew what kind of place the East Pole Devil Palace was. He asked in astonishment, "What do you want me to do?" The hunchbacked old man shook his head and said, "I don't know either, but it should be related to this large competition." Shaolin Yu frowned and said, "I didn't participate in the competition. What does the competition have to do with me?" The hunchbacked old man shrugged and said, "You can only find out after making a trip to the East Extreme Devil Palace." Shaolin Yu thought for a moment and asked, "Can I find an excuse not to go?" The hunchbacked old man replied without hesitation, "Of course not. This is the sect master's summons. Even if one is in closed-door cultivation or is unable to move due to heavy injuries, as long as one is not dead, one must go. Otherwise, it would be disobeying the sect master's orders. The punishment would be great. Go quickly. Don't worry. You didn't do anything wrong. The sect won't trouble you. I think there will be good things for you if you go." The hunchbacked old man urged. Shaolin Yu didn't dawdle. He immediately went out of the Imperial Beast Hall's valley and quickly walked towards the East Pole Devil Palace. The East Pole Devil Palace was also located in the center of the East Pole Devil Sect's encampment. It was not far from the arena. Moreover, it was one of the largest and most magnificent buildings in the entire East Pole Devil Sect. Shaolin Yu could easily find it. Along the way, Shaolin Yu naturally had a lot of thoughts, but in the end, he let go. Even if the spirit demon stage expert attacked him for no reason, even if he was not a match for him, he could still escape. At most, he would suffer a little injury. There was a small lake in the center of the East Pole Devil Sect. In the center of the lake, there was a small island. The East Pole Devil Palace stood on that island. For the ordinary disciples of the East Pole Devil sect, the vicinity of this small lake was a forbidden area. If they were not summoned, they would not dare to come here. There were many restrictions around the small lake. There were also some hidden array formations. If one accidentally touched those restrictions or array formations, the end would be very miserable. Before Xiao Yu could get close to the small lake, he was stopped by a Devil King late-stage cultivator. After the late-stage Devil King realm cultivator asked for the reason, he personally led Xiao Yu to the side of the small lake through a safe route. Then, the late-stage Devil King realm cultivator started to form hand seals and recite an incantation. A small bridge slowly emerged from the lake. Through the small bridge, Xiao Yu came to the small island in the center of the lake. Then, he met another Devil King late-stage cultivator. Under the guidance of that Devil King late-stage cultivator, he arrived at the entrance of the East Pole Devil Palace. The gate of the Devil Palace was open. There were two Devil King late-stage cultivators guarding the gate. They looked straight ahead. Even if Xiao Yu came in front of them, they didn't look at him. Xiao Yu of the Imperial Beast Hall, come in. As soon as Xiao Yu arrived at the gate of the East Pole Devil Palace, he heard a loud voice coming from the main hall. The two Devil King late-stage cultivators at the gate still didn't move. Xiao Yu's expression turned slightly serious. He calmed his mind and secretly restrained his aura before slowly walking into the main hall. The main hall was very spacious. There was a wide red carpet in the middle, and both sides were filled with Devil Sect cultivators. Xiao Yu's state of mind was relatively calm. Therefore, he lowered his head and walked forward. He dared to look around a few times. He found that among the cultivators standing here, there were a few familiar faces. For example, Feng Yu, the woman surnamed Liu, and the old man surnamed Li. The sect master of the East Pole Devil sect was sitting at the end of the carpet. Like the other disciples of the East Pole Devil sect, he stared at Xiao Yu, who had just entered. After walking for about 10 steps, Xiao Yu stood still. He cupped his fists and bowed. Junior Xiao Yu greets the sect master. You are indeed an extraordinary person. The Devil sect master first praised him, and then said, such an outstanding person is indeed qualified to enter the East Pole Devil Cave. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was even more puzzled. Listening to the Devil sect master's words, it seemed that he also had the opportunity to enter the East Pole Devil Cave. But didn't they say that only the top 3 of the battle assembly had the qualifications? He had been stared at by the Devil Sect Master for a while. With the Devil Sect Master's late-stage, true demon cultivation base, he could naturally roughly see his cultivation base. Xiao Yu never doubted this point. All right, now that everyone is here, I've said everything that needs to be said. For those disciples who wish to enter the Eastern Extreme Devil Cave, please choose a private room in the back and recuperate for a while. After 3 days, we will enter together. The Devil Sect Master didn't say anything to Xiao Yu, nor did he ask anything. After saying this, he stood up and walked to the side hall. Farewell, Sect Master. All the Devil Sect cultivators saluted. Xiao Yu was still confused because this matter was too sudden. While he was still a loss, Old Man Li of the Record Hall came over. Congratulations, congratulations. Even if you didn't participate in the battle assembly, you still have the opportunity to enter the East Pole Devil Cave. Old Man Li said with a smile. Many of the East Pole Devil Sect cultivators were very puzzled just now. They didn't know why the Sect Master suddenly added an extra quota. Among the East Pole Devil Sect cultivators in the main hall, except for the woman surnamed Liu and Old Man Li, no one else knew about Xiao Yu's background. At this time, they were all looking at him curiously with suspicious faces. It was precisely because others didn't know his background that Xiao Yu felt that he was suddenly called and had the opportunity to enter the East Pole Devil Cave. It must have something to do with a woman surnamed Liu or Old Man Li. Entering the East Pole Devil Cave was a good thing for any disciple of the East Pole Devil Sect. It was an opportunity that could only be encountered by chance. Xiao Yu reckoned that with his relationship with a woman surnamed Lu, she definitely wouldn't help him with such a good thing. In that case, it could only be Old Man Li who had been throwing him an olive branch. Xiao Lingyu indifferently replied, "Even if it's a good thing to act on someone else's behalf, they might not necessarily appreciate it." Old Man Li didn't mind and said, "Hee hee, whether or not they'll appreciate it, we'll only know after we enter the East Pole Devil Cave." Xiao Lingyu directly said, "I don't know what your goal is, but I must tell you that even if you give me some benefits, I might not necessarily give you anything in return. If you have any ideas or plans, it's better if you tell me now. Otherwise, you'll waste all your efforts on me." Old Man Li shook his head and said, "There's no rush. Since you don't want to come with me to the record hall, we'll talk inside the East Pole Devil Cave." "You also want to go in?" Xiao Lingyu asked in astonishment. "I'll go in every time." After Old Man Li said this, he leisurely walked towards the back of the hall. Most of the cultivators in the hall began to walk towards the door, but Xiao Lingyu stood there in a daze. When Lu Lingyu passed by, she stopped for a moment and said with a smile, "Be careful when you go in. There aren't only benefits inside. The stronger you are, the more dangerous it will be. Otherwise, why would there only be Earth Devil and Heavenly Devil cultivators every time?" Without waiting for Xiao Lingyu's reply, Lu Lingyu had already walked to the door. Xiao Lingyu's thoughts churned for a long time before he bitterly smiled and walked towards the back of the hall. To tell the truth, Xiao Lingyu didn't have the slightest interest in entering the East Pole Devil Cave. However, this matter had already been decided by the Devil Sect's sect master, and his true cultivation had more or less been seen through by the sect master. He had no reason to refuse and could only accept. After all, this wasn't a bad thing. It was much better than being besieged by so many experts. The East Pole Devil Palace was extremely large. Naturally, it wasn't possible to only have one meeting hall. The left, right, and back of the palace had a few side halls and secret rooms. These places weren't usually provided for the sect master's disciples, but the disciples who wanted to enter the East Pole Devil Cave were arranged to stay in these secret rooms. Xiao Lingyu randomly chose a secret room in the back and calmly adjusted his state of mind. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Lingyu, who was meditating, felt someone touch the door of the secret room and stood up to open it. Chapter 256. The East Extreme Devil Cave was a legend to the ordinary disciples of the East Extreme Devil Sect. Although it was a legend, there were very few people who could give a specific introduction to the East Extreme Devil Cave. This was because very few people had entered it, and even fewer people were able to come out from it. What made people feel even more helpless was that those Devil Sect disciples who came out from the East Extreme Devil Cave would never tell their fellow disciples about the situation inside. The more it was like this, the more mysterious the East Extreme Devil Cave was in the hearts of the disciples of the East Extreme Devil Sect. They yearned to be able to enter the East Extreme Devil Cave. As for the dangers they would encounter after entering, the disciples of the East Extreme Devil Sect didn't take it to heart. Although those who came out of the East Extreme Devil Cave would not speak of the situation inside, everyone could at least see one thing, and that was that the cultivation of those who came out of the East Extreme Devil Cave had increased by a large margin. Moreover, they would be taken special care of by the experts of the sect, and would be regarded as the future pillars of the sect. For an ordinary disciple of a third-rate sect like the East Pole Devil Sect, it was extremely difficult for them to advance by one level. Most of them had to endure for many years before they could do so. Entering the East Pole Devil Cave was an excellent opportunity for them to quickly increase their cultivation and position in the sect. For a devil cultivator who didn't lack adventurous spirit, taking a risk for such an opportunity wouldn't refuse. Almost all the cultivators who were about to enter the East Extreme Devil Cave, including Feng Yu, had faces full of anticipation and unconcealable excitement. Only Xiao Lingyu's face was relatively calm, without joy or worry. However, what Xiao Lingyu didn't expect was that the entrance to the East Extreme Devil Cave was actually on this small island in the center of the lake. It was inside the East Extreme Devil Palace. The entrance was in a side hall of the East Extreme Devil Palace. A pitch-black underground cave had gradually appeared under the joint casting of several true devil stage experts of the East Extreme Devil Sect. Xiao Lingyu and the others were waiting in the hall while staring at the entrance. After a full hour, the seemingly light stone slab that covered the entrance of the cave was completely removed by several true devil stage experts. During the process of being moved, the slate was wrapped in a glow. When it was completely removed, the glow suddenly disappeared. However, the devil sect leader and the other true devil experts did not stop casting. They were trying their best to control the slate. It was as if the moment they relaxed, the slate would block the hole again. The entrance has been opened. Follow me in. Remember, you must follow me from the beginning. Don't wander around and don't move. Old Man Lee from the Hall of Records spoke in a low voice before taking the lead and jumping into the pitch-black cave entrance. First, the 3 heavenly demon stage disciples, including Fang Yu, followed by the 3 earth demon stage disciples who had obtained the top 3 positions in the competition. They all looked nervous as they jumped down. Xiao Lingyu only hesitated for a moment at the entrance of the cave before she also jumped into the darkness. Her body slowly descended. After about 10 breaths, Xiao Lingyu finally felt her feet touch the ground. Just as Xiao Lingyu landed on the ground, before he had the time to check his surroundings, he heard a loud bang coming from above. The faint light that was originally projected from above suddenly disappeared, and the surroundings became even darker. An Earth Demon Stage disciple subconsciously released his true fire to illuminate the area. However, just as his true fire was released, it was extinguished. Pa! A crisp sound came from the front. Then, a palm-sized light appeared in front of them. Don't try to use other methods to create light. You can only use this here, and there's only one of it. Old Man Lee's voice came from the ball of light. Everyone took a closer look and realized that Old Man Lee was holding a dirt gray candle in his hand. The light was coming from the candle after it was lit. It was obvious that the candle was not an ordinary item. It was probably specially made. Follow me to the end of this path, and then there will be light. Although this path is not long, if you don't want to die, be honest and follow me. Don't make any unnecessary movements or words. Old Man Lee said as he held the candle and slowly walked forward. Everyone, including Xiao Lingyu, followed closely behind, not daring to be slow. Whoosh! After walking for less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a demonic shadow suddenly pounced from the side, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. Everyone's faces changed and their hearts trembled. "Oomph! Beast, get out of my way!" Old Man Lee, who was leading the way, shouted loudly. The candle's light suddenly spat out a fire snake, meeting the demonic shadow head-on. Crack! The demonic shadow let out a strange cry, as if it was very afraid of the fire snake. It immediately turned around and fled. Old Man Lee's expression was gloomy as he waited in place for a while. Then, he said, "All right, everyone continue forward." Just like this, they walked for a full 2 hours. Old Man Lee used the candle's fire snake to scare away 7 or 8 demonic shadows. Only then did everyone stop in front of a small bridge. Below the small bridge was a pool of lava. Billowing smoke rose from below, and waves of heat boiled. The small bridge was indeed small. It was only a foot wide, and could only allow 1 person to pass. The lava was no less than 500 feet away from the small bridge, but the lava that occasionally shot up from below could reach up to 1,000 feet high. In fact, there was more than one small bridge. This was because there were more than 10 stalagmite-like pillars in the lava pool. The small bridge was built between these pillars. When you cross this small bridge, the bridge will sway. You must stand firm. While ensuring that you don't fall, you must not think of flying as a means of transportation. Also, there is one more thing I need to tell you in advance. The more people there are on this small bridge, the harder it will sway. It can also be said that the fewer people there are, the safer it will be. After his explanation, Old Man Lee took the lead and moved his feet onto the small bridge that seemed to be made of metal chains. The originally motionless small bridge immediately began to tremble slightly. Old Man Li's words had a deeper meaning. None of the people present were stupid. They all understood that if the bridge swayed too much and they couldn't hold on, they could attack other sect members to relieve their pressure. On this bridge, if it was difficult to even stabilize one's body, it would be very difficult to defend against a sneak attack. Once they were attacked, they definitely couldn't stand in place. Their feet were bound to leave the bridge. Shaolin Yu didn't understand why Old Man Li had explained this. Wasn't he purposely reminding everyone to kill each other in times of danger? To be able to fight their way into the top 3 in their respective realms? The people here were naturally not easy to deal with. However, no one was willing to walk in front. Everyone knew that if they walked in front, they would be vulnerable to sneak attacks from behind. No one dared to attack Old Man Li, so no one was willing to follow behind him. Haha, if I reach the other side and you haven't followed, then don't even think about coming over. In a moment, demonic creatures will fly up from below. If you are too far away, I won't be able to protect you. Old Man Li smiled as he spoke and began to walk forward with large strides. While everyone was still digesting the meaning of these words, Fang had already stepped onto the bridge, following closely behind Old Man Li. At this moment, everyone realized that if a powerful demonic creature flew up from below, whoever was closest to Old Man Li would be safer. This was a matter that could easily cause people to feel conflicted, and Fang Yu was the first person to make a choice. The others quickly followed. Shaolin Yu was the last one to step onto the bridge, but he still had a calm expression on his face. Everyone was on the bridge. The small bridge was indeed shaking violently, but everyone was still able to stand firm. Just as Old Man Li had said, the closer they got to the middle, the more the bridge shook. The 3 Earth Demon Stage disciples were already showing signs of not being able to hold on. Everyone was still pushing forward. Although there were times when they almost fell, no one dared to attack their fellow disciples. They were all very restrained. Occasionally, a Heavenly Demon Stage disciple would help an Earth Demon Stage disciple. In front of Shaolin Yu was an Earth Demon Stage disciple, and when everyone reached the middle, he kept swaying. The excitement and anticipation he had before entering the East Extreme Devil Cave had completely disappeared from his face, and in its place was a deep fear. Whoosh! A pillar of lava shot up from below, right in the middle of the small bridge. Other than Old Man Li, everyone was nervous, and the bridge shook even more violently. Roar! Just as the pillar of lava was about to hit the ground, a demonic beast's roar suddenly came from within. Then, a demonic creature bathed in fire, as if it only had one head, appeared and pounced towards everyone. Beast, get out of my way! Although Old Man Li's body was also shaking violently, he still had the candle in his hand shoot out a fire snake. Although its entire body was bathed in fire, the demonic creature was still very afraid of the fire snake. It only spat out a mouthful of lava at everyone on the small bridge and then quickly fell down. The demonic creature retreated in fear, but the lava it spat out made everyone's bodies even more unstable. And because everyone's steps were not in sync, the small bridge shook even more violently. An Earth Demon Stage disciple, because he couldn't stabilize his body, lost his footing and fell, and let out a miserable cry. Originally, Earth Demon Stage cultivators weren't very weak, but after their feet left the small bridge, they couldn't keep their bodies afloat and could only fall rapidly. Finally, they fell into the lava pool, and after a few flops, they disappeared. No one had the time to look or save their fellow disciple. Although there was one less person, the bridge was still shaking violently. Everyone found it difficult to adjust their steps after being frightened by the demonic creature. Only Shaolin Yu and Old Man Li were barely able to stabilize their bodies. As for the Earth Demon Stage disciple in front of Shaolin Yu, he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer, but he didn't want to fall into the lava pool and be burned alive. In his panic, he first glanced at his fellow disciple in front of him, and then with a burst of energy, he was about to launch a sneak attack. However, just as this Earth Demon Stage disciple was about to make a move, Shaolin Yu acted first. She didn't launch a sneak attack, but instead reached out to support him. Chapter 257. Xiaoling Yu couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he decided to help. That earth demon cultivator wasn't in the wrong. He attacked his fellow sect member out of fear of death, but that didn't mean he was a vicious person. If it was Xiaoling Yu, he would have also attacked the person in front of him to protect himself. After all, even though they were from the same sect, they didn't have much of a friendship. People were selfish. The higher their cultivation, the longer they lived, the more selfish they would be. It was just that their selfish methods were more clever and hidden. After crossing the middle section of the bridge gradually stabilized, and everyone quickly reached the other side of the lava pool. Coming to the Eastern Devil Cave, they hadn't seen any benefits and had already lost an earth demon cultivator. This made everyone's hearts heavy. On the other side of the lava pool, there was only a dark cave. Old Man Li only gave everyone a cup of tea's time to rest and recover before continuing forward with his candle. Along the way, many demons appeared, but they were all scared away by the fire snakes that came out of Old Man Li's candle. After an hour, they reached the end of the cave. At the end of the cave was a bottomless abyss. Occasionally, the angry roars of demons would come out, causing everyone to tremble. On the other side of the abyss, there was a stone wall that stretched as far as the eye could see. On the stone wall, there were countless shining caves. Okay, I can only send you here. You can only rely on yourself for the rest. Old Man Li pointed at the stone wall in front of them and said, "Those shining caves are your opportunities. You all go in and return within 10 years. I will be waiting for you all here. Whether you come out or not, I will leave after 10 years because at that time, the sect's true demon experts will open the entrance." Everyone didn't immediately move. They all squinted their eyes and looked at the caves. Hearing the continuous roars of demons coming from the abyss, they all looked a bit timid. Of course, if anyone regrets it now, you can wait here with me. But if you do that, you will have wasted your trip. Old Man Li added. In fact, everyone knew before coming that entering the Eastern Devil Cave not only brought opportunities, but also danger. Since they came, they naturally had the courage to face the danger. So after a moment of hesitation, someone jumped into the darkness of the abyss and flew towards the stone wall. In just a few minutes, apart from Xiaoling Yu, all the disciples who had entered had flown away. They each chose a devil's den and disappeared into it. Xiaoling Yu knew that Old Man Li had something to say to him, so he waited and did not move. The nest on the other side, the closer you are to the bottom of the abyss, the more dangerous it is to enter. Of course, the opportunities you can obtain are also greater, Old Man Li said. What's the greatest danger and opportunity? Xiaoling Yu pursed her lips and asked. You won't be able to encounter the greatest danger and the greatest opportunity. Don't look at our East Pole Demon sect as a third-rate sect. There are many hidden dangers in the East Pole Demon Cave. Even a spirit demon expert would not dare to touch it easily. And if a true demon-level cultivator is not careful, they could lose their life at any time. Based on your strength, you can go to one of those devil caves with glowing blue entrances. Old Man Li explained with a smile. You know my specific strength? Xiaoling Yu asked noncommittally. When Old Man Li heard this question, he was stunned at first, but then he seemed to be full of confidence and said, You have experienced the 9 tribulations and ascended, and now you are in the early stage of true demon. You don't think that just because I am in the late stage of heavenly demon, I can't see your strength, right? You can see very accurately. Your eyes are like a torch, Xiaoling Yu said with a laugh. Although Xiaoling Yu admitted it, Old Man Li felt that Xiaoling Yu's tone was a bit thought-provoking, as if he was not praising him, but mocking him. You must want to know what I want to say to you, but it's too early to say anything. Let's wait until you come back alive. Old Man Li suddenly felt that he could not see through Xiaoling Yu, so he did not want to be alone with him for too long, so he urged him. That's fine. Xiaoling Yu did not want to waste time with this old man, so after answering, he also jumped into the abyss. In Old Man Li's eyes, a silver light flashed quickly, and Xiaoling Yu disappeared without a trace. But looking at the direction the silver light disappeared in, Old Man Li knew that Xiaoling Yu went down into the abyss. Xiaoling Yu continued to descend, and along the way, there were demons that tried to obstruct him, but he ignored them and dodged them with extreme speed. In just 100 breaths of time, Xiaoling Yu had already found the Devil's Cave that was overflowing with blue light. Floating at the entrance of the Devil's Cave, Xiaoling Yu looked down and slightly frowned, because he was still unable to see the bottom of the abyss. However, on the stone walls below, there were entrances of other colors, and from the bottom of the abyss, there was a very obscure but powerful aura surging up. There were probably very powerful demons hidden below. Xiaoling Yu only stopped for a few breaths of time, then slowly entered the Devil's Cave and carefully advanced. This Devil's Cave looked like a tunnel. It was 3 meters tall and 3 meters wide, and on both sides were seemingly solid stone walls that flashed with blue light. After advancing for about an hour, a dazzling blue demon beast blocked Xiaoling Yu's path. This demon beast was lying in a cave, and seemed to have been sleeping all this time. Now, it slowly opened its hazy eyes and glared at Xiaoling Yu with a bit of anger. Xiaoling Yu was a bit nervous at first, but when he saw that this demon beast was only a mid-stage devil king, he relaxed. The blue demon beast was like a lizard. After roaring twice at Xiaoling Yu, it saw that Xiaoling Yu did not leave, so it roared and charged at him. The speed of this demon beast was extremely fast. The moment it pounced, the entire cave was suddenly filled with a dazzling blue light. Just as Xiaoling Yu narrowed his eyes, the demon beast's 2 front claws had already pierced towards him side by side. If an ordinary Devil King stage cultivator was here, the moment the blue light flashed, they would have lost their judgment of the surrounding situation and would have to bear the full brunt of this demon beast's attack. However, Xiaoling Yu was not an ordinary person, and the blue light did not affect him much. When the demon beast's front claws pierced towards him, he had already leaned to the side, dodging the sharp claws of the demon beast. Then, he bent his arm and used his elbow to smash the demon beast's head. With a bang, the demon beast, which was still charging forward, was stopped in its tracks by Xiaoling Yu's elbow, and its body immediately crawled to the ground. Not even a moment after the magical beast landed on the ground, its head, which had suffered a heavy blow, was split into pieces. This demon beast cultivation was only at the Devil King stage, and its body quality could not withstand the powerful attack of a near top-grade demon weapon. It was normal for it to be killed by Xiaoling Yu. Xiaoling Yu naturally would not waste the corpse of this demon beast, and directly put it into the spirit beast bag of the strange cub that was still sleeping. What made Xiaoling Yu a little curious was that in the cave where the demon beast was originally crawling, there was actually a blue pearl. The blue pearl did not have a strong energy fluctuation, but its radiance was very dazzling. Just now, the demon beast was enveloped in blue light because it had this pearl on its body. Xiaoling Yu carefully observed for a while, but could not see the use of this blue pearl. However, he did not abandon it here, but kept it in his storage magic treasure. Continuing forward, after an hour, Xiaoling Yu walked in front of another cave, and also saw a demon beast crawling, but this demon beast cultivation was at the late stage of the Devil King stage. The battle was completed very easily. For Xiaoling Yu, who could compete with a cultivator at the late stage of the Devil King stage. The late stage of the Devil King stage was really vulnerable. After killing this demon beast, Xiaoling Yu obtained another blue pearl, but he still did not know the use of this blue pearl. After a while, this tunnel-like demon cave came to an end, but there was a deep and dark hole that Xiaoling Yu could continue to move forward. The hole naturally extended downwards, and from the darkness of the hole, from time to time, there would be a red light shining. Seeing the red light, Xiaoling Yu was a little hesitant because the red light looked a little familiar. Before entering this blue demon cave, Xiaoling Yu looked at the bottom of the abyss and saw this red light. It could be imagined that this hole should be connected to another demon cave, and that demon cave should be shining with red light, which should be of a higher level and more dangerous than the blue demon cave. There was already a late-stage Devil King stage demon beast in the blue demon cave, and in the red demon cave below, there would definitely be a Devil King stage demon beast. After a little calculation, Xiaoling Yu felt that he should go down and take a look. Even if he encountered a late-stage Devil King stage demon beast, it was not impossible for him to win. After making up his mind, Xiaoling Yu took a step forward and prepared to jump down. However, just as one of his feet was hanging over the entrance of the cave, a stone slab suddenly appeared and completely sealed the entrance of the cave. On the stone slab, there were 4 circular grooves, and they seemed to be about the same size as the 2 pearls from before. Xiaoling Yu immediately took out the 2 pearls, but hesitated. He only had 2 pearls, but there were 4 grooves on the stone slab, which made him a little confused. Obviously, in order to open this hole, he had to use pearls to fill these grooves, but how to fill them was definitely something he had to pay attention to. Originally, Xiaoling Yu wanted to go to the red demon cave, but now he directly turned back to the abyss. And if he continued to descend for a while, he would be able to find the entrance of the red demon cave, but the powerful aura from the bottom of the abyss made him feel that it would be very dangerous to find the entrance of the red demon cave from the abyss, and he might even alarm the powerful demon beast below. After carefully looking at the stone slab for a while, Xiaoling Yu saw something. There were 2 blurry engravings on the stone slab, one in the shape of a treasure box, the other in the shape of an open door, and the 2 engravings were between 2 pearls. Chapter 258. Xiaoling Yu only hesitated for a moment before placing the 2 blue pearls into the 2 grooves. Gaj. A crack appeared in the center of the stone slab, then slowly dissipated, and the pitch-black hole appeared once again. After 3 breaths, the stone slab completely disappeared, and Xiaoling Yu directly fell into the hole. There were only Demon King stage beasts in the blue light Devil's Denver. With such a degree of danger, the rewards would not be very good. At least, it would not be of much use to Xiaoling Yu. He felt that it would be more cost-effective to just jump down. Xiaoling Yu's falling speed was not fast, so it took the time to drink a cup of tea to see a red devil cave appear on his left. At this time, there was still a hole under his feet, but when his feet touched the darkness of the hole, a stone slab suddenly appeared, stopping Xiaoling Yu from continuing to fall. Looking at the 4 grooves on the stone slab, Xiaoling Yu knew that he had to go in the direction of the abyss from here to find the 2 red pearls. After another hour, Xiaoling Yu arrived in front of cave. A 3-headed, snake-like magic beast with red light flashing all over its body was already flicking its tongue at him. As Xiaoling Yu expected, this was a late true demon stage magical beast, and it did not have an ordinary bloodline. If Xiaoling Yu wanted to continue down or obtain benefits in this devil cave, he had to defeat this magical beast. As for the mid-true demon stage magical beast in front of him, it was almost negligible. With a thought, the silver moon broken blade was already in Xiaoling Yu's hand. The 6 demon suppressing immortal orbs were also restless in his dantian. The primal chaos magic energy in Xiaoling Yu's body was also rapidly circulating, causing his clothes to flutter even though there was no wind, causing his aura to continuously rise. The 3-headed snake saw that its warning did not scare the opponent away, and that the opponent was still increasing his aura, and immediately opened its 3 mouths, 3 snake tongues wrapped in red light, like 3 divine whips, snaking out, as if to directly bind the opponent. Xiaoling Yu narrowed her eyes, and the silver moon broken blade danced rapidly. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and a few pieces of the snake's tongue fell to the ground. Although the snake's tongue was tough, it was as fragile as tofu under the sharpness of a divine artifact. Gee. The 3-headed snake let out a series of painful and angry screams, and then it spat out 3 different colored poisonous mists. Xiaoling Yu naturally didn't dare to underestimate the poisonous fog of a late-stage, true demon beast. She immediately used her chaos power to form a defensive barrier to protect herself. What surprised Xiaoling Yu was that in just a breath's time, his primal chaos light barrier was already corroded by the poison. He hurriedly took out the 6 demon-suppressing immortal orbs and surrounded himself with a divine light barrier. The demon-suppressing immortal orb was a top-grade immortal treasure. In addition, it was of the divine attribute, so it had an extremely strong restraining effect on the demonic energy. Therefore, no matter how powerful the poison mist was, it was unable to break through the divine light barrier they had cast. Less than a breath after the divine light shield was formed, a sharp horn grew out of each of the 3 heads of the 3-headed snake, and it stabbed fiercely at Xiaoling Yu's divine light shield. Oomph! Xiaoling Yu coldly snorted, and a pair of silver wings appeared behind him. His body also turned into a silver light, moving around the cave, so that the 3-headed snake's head couldn't hit his divine light shield. After seeing an opportunity, Xiaoling Yu swung the silver moon broken sword and chopped at one of the snake's heads. The snake couldn't dodge in time, so it used the horn on its head to block. Its horn was many times tougher than its tongue, so it believed that it could block the opponent's broken sword. However, the result caused the snake to be both disappointed and terrified. The sharp horn on its body, which was the toughest part of its body, was actually split into 2 under the attack of the broken saber. When the silver moon broken sword chopped down, one of the heads of the 3-headed snake instantly split, and it became a 2-headed snake. And just as Xiaoling Yu was about to expand his victory, the horns of the other 2 heads of the snake all flew out, and like sharp awls, they stabbed at Xiaoling Yu. Xiaoling Yu had 6 demon-suppressing immortal orbs to defend himself, so he was naturally not afraid. Moreover, the 2 sharp awls were extremely fast, and he couldn't dodge in time even if he wanted to. He simply didn't dodge, and faced the 2 sharp awls, and continued forward, the silver moon broken sword in his hand still chopping at one of the snake's heads. What Xiaoling Yu didn't expect was that even though the snake knew that his silver moon broken sword was incomparably sharp, it still chose not to dodge. Instead, it opened its mouth, and sharp sword-like teeth shot out like arrows. Xiaoling Yu believed in the power of the demon-suppressing immortal orbs, so he still didn't dodge. With one slash, only one head of the snake was left. However, just as Xiaoling Yu's sword chopped down, the 2 sharp awls stabbed at the same spot of the divine light barrier, one from the front and one from the back, and actually pierced through the barrier. This barrier was like a balloon, and when it was pierced, it would explode, and the sharp teeth that came after all hit Xiaoling Yu's body. The snake was probably relying on the fact that it could lose another head without dying, so it took Xiaoling Yu's slash head on. Xiaoling Yu relied on the sturdy defense of the divine light barrier and his own high-quality body to take the attack of the 2 sharp awls and a few sharp teeth head-on. However, the results of the 2 were different. The snake lost one head, but the sharp teeth were unable to pierce Xiaoling Yu's body. The sharp teeth hit various parts of Xiaoling Yu's body and directly bounced off. The slight pain didn't affect Xiaoling Yu at all. The snake seemed to have realized the power of its opponent and immediately wanted to escape. Just as its body moved, the silver moon broken blade came at its head again. The last head was also split open, and the 3-headed snake immediately died on the spot. Its corpse was kept in the spirit beast bag by Xiaoling Yu. At the place where the 3-headed snake was entrenched, a red pearl was revealed. Xiaoling Yu had just put away the red pearl when he suddenly felt a slight numbness on his body. Feeling it slightly, he couldn't help but be startled. The places on his body that were hit by the 3-headed snake's sharp teeth seemed to have broken his skin, and the poison in those sharp teeth had invaded his body. Because Xiaoling Yu's body quality was high, and the chaos demonic power in his body was of a higher level, and he had already cultivated a highly toxic body in the cultivation world, the 3-headed snake's poison spread relatively slowly, and only now did it have some effect on him. The poison of a late-stage, true demon 3-headed snake was not easy to neutralize. Xiaoling Yu circulated his power on the spot for a long time, but could only slow down the spread of the poison, and was unable to refine or expel it out of his body. Xiao Lingyu only then realized that the problem was a little serious, and immediately dismissed the idea of going to the next cave. He found a random place in the cave and began to close his eyes to adjust his condition. When he was in a good state, he began to refine the poison with all his might. Xiao Lingyu felt that although he wasn't afraid of a late-stage true demon, as long as the opponent had a slightly special ability, even if he could win, he would have to pay a certain price. The primal chaos true fire constantly spewed out from the chaos demonic infant's mouth, burning Xiao Lingyu's body. Although the poison was powerful, it had to be refined in Xiao Lingyu's body, and thus, Xiao Lingyu's highly toxic body would be improved. However, using the primal chaos true fire to refine the poison was still a little slow. Xiao Lingyu then used the curse technique that he had just obtained not long ago to speed up the process a little. Even so, Xiao Lingyu used a full 2 years to completely refine the poison. However, the consumption of these 2 years was worth it. Now that Xiao Lingyu released the poison flame again, it would definitely make a late-stage true demon cultivator fearful. The next cave was indeed a mid-stage true demon beast. Xiao Lingyu only used the poison flame to cover the cave, and it only took a moment for the battle to end. With the 2 red pearls in hand, Xiao Lingyu once again came to the cave, and his heart hesitated. Looking at the dark cave from time to time, Xiao Lingyu knew that there was a purple light demonic cave below, and there must be a spirit demon beast hidden in it. A spirit demon beast, even if it did not have a noble bloodline, Xiao Lingyu estimated that it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat it. Moreover, if there was a late-stage spirit demon beast below, he would not even have the chance to escape after going down. Therefore, Xiao Lingyu felt that he must not take the risk, although the opportunity below may be greater. Xiao Lingyu inserted the 2 red pearls into the stone slab's groove, and the stone slab immediately turned into a silver glow that wrapped Xiao Lingyu's body, and then suddenly disappeared. After a moment of dizziness, Xiao Lingyu staggered and appeared in a long corridor. Stabilizing his body, Xiao Lingyu looked around again and quickly walked to a stone table at the end of the corridor. On the stone table, there was a locked black iron box, and next to the iron box, there was a jade slip. Xiao Lingyu immersed his mind into the jade slip, and his face became more and more gloomy. The jade slip said that to open this iron box, one must not use force, otherwise the iron box will self-destruct. Not only will the treasure inside be destroyed, the power created by the explosion of the iron box will not be weaker than the self-destruction of a late-stage, true demon cultivator. To open this iron box, a key is needed, but there is no ready-made key, so the cultivator can only make it by hand. The structure of the key is extremely complicated. There are tens of thousands of holes of different sizes and hundreds of thousands of saws of different shapes. Each of them must meet the requirements. As long as any one of them is wrong, the key cannot be made into the iron box. Xiao Lingyu was so angry that he wanted to curse. Although he can make such a key, he will definitely fail countless times, and it will take a lot of time and energy. If he can't make the key within 8 years, Xiao Lingyu will have to leave immediately, and, according to his refining level, it is very likely that he will not be able to complete the key within 8 years. After thinking about it carefully, Xiao Lingyu still felt that it was meaningless to waste time refining the key, and the treasure in the box may not be useful to him. So he gave up on refining the key and looked for the way back in the corridor. Chapter 259. The corridor was very long, so long that it took Xiao Lingyu a whole month to reach the end. However, the end of the corridor was a demon's den. This demon's den did not extend in a straight line. Instead, it twisted and turned, and it seemed to be endless. Xiao Lingyu walked in the twisting demon's den for another month, but he still did not reach the end. After hesitating for a long time, he did not give up and continued to move forward. Although this demon's den was winding, it did not diverge. There was only one path. Xiaoling Yu guessed that this was not a maze. However, Xiaoling Yu did not expect that after 2 whole years, he was still in this demon's den. Moreover, this demon's den did not seem to have an end. Xiaoling Yu had left special markings on the path he had walked so that he would not repeat the same path. However, he did not encounter those markings again. This should not be the way out. I have to go back and think of another way. Xiaoling Yu felt that he could not continue walking like this, so he turned around and rushed back. The special markings he had left behind along the way were still there, proving that Xiaoling Yu was not walking in circles. As he had rushed back at full speed, it only took him half a year to return to the corridor and to the stone table again. Xiaoling Yu carefully checked his surroundings again and again. However, he still did not find anything. He felt even more depressed. It seems that I have to create a key to open this metal box. Helpless, Xiaoling Yu began to refine the key according to the records in the jade slip. Xiaoling Yu had a lot of materials needed to refine the key. This was because many kinds of materials could be used to refine the key. Moreover, as long as the key was successfully refined, it would open the metal box. It did not matter what materials were used. He originally had nearly 8 years, but now he only had 5 years left. Moreover, even if he managed to refine the key, there might not be a way to leave this place. After a year, Xiaoling Yu managed to refine the first key. However, he failed to open the lock. Because he was more familiar with refining the second key, it only took him half a year to refine the second key. However, he still could not open the lock. Xiaoling Yu wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she carefully recalled the process of the 2 refinements and tried to find the key to her failure. The third key only took half a year, but the result was the same. It couldn't be opened. Xiaoling Yu spent more than 2 years refining it 3 times. However, such meticulous refining also allowed Xiaoling Yu's refining skills to improve by quite a bit. Furthermore, Xiaoling Yu also discovered that if she continued to refine that complicated and peculiar key, it would be a shortcut to quickly improve her refining skills. At the very least, it would allow her soul's calculation ability to increase by a large margin. The 4th refinement only took 3 months. Although Xiaoling Yu felt that he did not make any mistakes during the refinement process, the result was still disappointing. He continued to forge. When Xiaoling Yu failed for the 10th time, he had been in the Eastern Devil Cave for nearly 10 years. If he couldn't leave, he could only wait for the next opening of the Devil Cave. This was a result that Xiaoling Yu could not accept. As such, Xiaoling Yu naturally had the idea of directly destroying the metal box. After all, although the self-destruction of a late-stage true demon expert was powerful, Xiaoling Yu had activated all of his defensive measures. It might not be impossible for him to withstand it. Just as Xiaoling Yu made up his mind and was about to take out the Silver Moon Broken Blade, a low voice with a strange meaning was heard. Xiaoling Yu had been thinking about something. Moreover, there had been no abnormalities in this place for many years. This caused him to let down his guard, so he did not notice anyone approaching. Of course, it was also possible that the person's cultivation level was too high. Xiaoling Yu's consciousness had been roaming around the area all this time, so he was unable to detect the other party's aura. Hearing the soft voice, Xiaoling Yu's heart trembled. After returning to his senses, he turned around and saw an old man wearing a gray robe slowly walking from the opposite side. Xiaoling Yu just glanced at him, and a warning arose in his heart. He couldn't see the other party's cultivation and realm, and the aura that faintly overflowed from the other party made his consciousness floating outside feel danger. The realm of the person who came must have exceeded the true demon stage, at least a master of the early stage of spirit demon. Then, thinking of the various rumors of the Eastern Devil sect, Xiaoling Yu could actually confirm the identity of the person who came. The other party was very likely to be the great elder of the Eastern Devil sect. He was also the only master of the Eastern Devil sect. Xiaoling Yu of the Eastern Devil sect's Imperial Beast Hall greets the senior. Xiaoling Yu thought of the identity of the other party and cupped his fists respectfully. It was not that he respected or feared the old man, but he estimated that the old man might have a way to take him out. You are at the true demon stage. Why haven't I seen you before? Could it be that you just advanced? Or have you just joined the Eastern Devil sect? The old man slowly walked over and asked in confusion. This kid has just joined the Eastern Pole Devil sect, Shaolin Yu replied calmly. With your true demon stage cultivation, why are you in the Imperial Beast Hall? Even if you're the steward of the Imperial Beast Hall, isn't it a bit overkill? The old man asked again. Since the sect has arranged it, I will naturally follow. Shaolin Yu said perfunctorily. I see that your realm is only at the early stage of true demon, but your aura is not weaker than the late stage of true demon. No wonder you can come here. The old man first judged, then pointed to the iron box and said, The key hasn't been refined yet, right? Shaolin Yu shook his head with a wry smile and replied, The structure of this key is too complicated. I didn't have much experience in refining before. Now that I have been in the Eastern Devil Cave for nearly 10 years, I still can't refine the key. It's almost 10 years. It will be too late if we don't go out. The old man frowned. I am fortunate to have met Senior today. Please teach me how to get out. Shaolin Yu said sincerely. If you want to get out, you must open this iron box before the 10 years are up. Otherwise, you can only wait for the next time. However, since you already have the cultivation of true demon stage, waiting here for a few more years is not bad. As long as you can successfully refine the key, your refining level will rise a lot. The old man said casually, I still have some things to do outside. I really don't dare to stay here for long. Shaolin Yu shook his head and said, how about this? I will help you refine the key. If you can get out in time, the things in the iron box will belong to me. How about it? The old man hesitated for a moment, then asked with a smile. Shaolin Yu said straightforwardly, It's all up to Senior. Shaolin Yu really didn't care about the things in the iron box. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to find a way out in the beginning. Wait for a moment, the old man said and sank his demonic sense into the jade slip. After a few breaths, he whispered, This key is a bit interesting. Then, materials appeared one by one and were melted under the old man's true fire. 10 days later, the old man managed to create a key. However, he still failed to unlock the door. The old man didn't take the failure to heart. Instead, he melted the materials again and then added a few more materials. After 10 days, he completed the second refinement. To Shaolin Yu's surprise, the second key refined by the old man successfully opened the iron box. A ray of light gushed out from the iron box, and a jade-like demonic treasure slowly floated up. The old man grabbed the demonic treasure in his hand. After taking a closer look, he laughed and said, Not bad, not bad. It's a high-quality, high-grade demonic tool. Hearing that it was only a high-grade demonic tool, Shaolin Yu didn't care about it all. The old man saw that Shaolin Yu's expression was not only not nervous or regretful, but also had a sense of relief. This made him very confused. After all, a high-grade demonic tool was very rare for a true demon cultivator. Why didn't this kid care at all? You should be able to guess my identity, right? The old man didn't stand on ceremony. He directly put away the demonic treasure and then suddenly asked, Senior is the supreme elder of my devil sect. Shaolin Yu nodded in response. Then do you know why I've been in seclusion in the East Extreme Devil Cave? The old man seemed to be very interested and then asked, This kid doesn't know. Shaolin Yu shook his head and replied, I have 2 reasons here. One is that I can't tell you, and the other is that I want to open more treasure boxes here. The old man said indifferently. Shaolin Yu didn't know why the old man said this to him, so he remained silent and didn't dare to talk. This was the first time he encountered a spirit demon stage master, but he felt that if he really fought against a spirit demon stage cultivator, he would have absolutely no chance of winning. He may not even be able to escape. The gap between true demon stage and spirit demon stage is bigger than the gap between earth demon and heavenly demon. Shaolin Yu can win against a true demon late stage. He thought that he could fight against a spirit demon early stage, but now it seems that he was too arrogant. Our East Pole demon sect's greatest reliance isn't my spirit demon cultivation, nor is it the demon stone veins. It's the East Pole Demon Cave. When the old man saw that Xiaoling Yu was silent, he continued, My East Pole Devil Sect's founder discovered this Devil's Cave when he was traveling in his early years. Then he established the East Pole Devil Sect on top of this Devil's Cave. Originally, in the East Pole Devil Sect, only the sect masters of each generation knew about the existence of the East Pole Devil's Cave. When this old man cultivated to the spirit demon stage, this Devil Cave began to open to some of the outstanding disciples in the sect. For many years, you're the first one who can meet me in this Devil Cave. When Xiaoling Yu heard this, he replied, It's this kid's honor. Oh, it's not an honor, but your strength is enough. Otherwise, how can you defeat a true demon late-stage magical beast? And how can you be teleported here? The old man shook his head and said, Xiaoling Yu knew that this old man has been here for many years, so he must know this place very well. So he didn't quibble, but asked, There are so many treasures in this Devil Cave. Won't other sects make a big fuss about it? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.